Ronald Nye at large.
Nancy Duncan, third district.
Jamie Fincher, second district.
Keith Kaufman Gray, first district.
Sheila Snow, first district.
Randy Malcolm, fifth district. Great, thank you very much. We have a very long agenda today, and so I'd like to table items 5 through 7 to be after the regular standard agenda, so that we can move the meeting a little bit quicker, because I know we have an audience here today that like me, they're waiting too long. So we'll first go to public comment. Now, this is for anything that is not on today's agenda. Do we have any public comments?
If you have a public comment, please raise your hand at this moment.
This is not on the agenda?
Oh, no, I'm asking if we have one. that's-
I'm sorry.
No problem.
You're talking.
If you have a public comment, please raise your hand. See no, request public comment.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to the minutes. We have one set of minutes today. It's for the meeting for August 8th, 2022.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Commissioner Dunn.
the real luxury is that one set of minutes to do with there. Yeah, these were really an excellent set of minutes done by David. There are just some minor things I did notice in, at the bottom of page 2, in the second to last sentence, it starts finally, I think it's county general services, so we need a Y there. And then on page 3, there's a sentence that's used a couple of times during the projects. And that's under number 9, field alterations and accessory structures. The whole sentence which follows the paragraph describing the project. It says, ETAC received a presentation of the resource technology report. The problem is that if you include all those people, not all those people were just talking about the historic report. It also includes obviously talking about the project since we've got the architect. So I suggest we just amend this sentence to read the HIC received presentations, plural, regarding the phase 2 historic resources technical report and the project. And then you can list all those people. Jonathan, did you get that?
Yes.
Go over it again.
That last part one more time, please.
Okay, the HLAC received presentations, so you're gonna strike an A there and make it presentations plural. And you're gonna take out presentations regarding the phase 2 historic resources technical report and the project.
Yep.
Okay, now keep that in mind, because you're gonna go to number 10, shoe additions. And devise that sentence exactly the same way. Okay. So that we can list everybody in the same sentence. So they describe both the technical report and the project. And those were the few things I noticed.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Duncan. Any other commissioners' comments on minutes? Commissioner
Chair. I see a typo on page 5. Next to last sentence, abbreviation, middle of the sentence, abbreviation after the word bench. To be et cetera, etc. That's pretty minor. The other comment I had was way up back to number 5, staff update. It begins, staff provided HLAC's memorandum, so on and so forth. Staff didn't provide it. Staff was asked about it.
I think there is what they're talking about, is that they said, well, once it was completed, they then gave it to these individuals. Jeff Wilson, Lisa Bowman, Travis Stewart.
Said that that's not what he said, I'm sorry, he's not here yet. He said he was holding on to it because they were all on vacation. Strategically holding on to it. So my question now to John, David's place, which I already talked about, was the memo sent? And if so, was there a response? Regarding-
I'm not sure if that was a response, but I talked to David right before the meeting. He told me that they were sent out.
Okay, well, thank you. That would have been our memorandum on Lieutenant Gardner. Many weeks after the fact. All right,
Maybe you need to have it written, will provide. Pointing out that it would be in the future. And so we're gonna do it after we came back from vacation.
I see where, yeah, I probably misread the statement actually. Yeah, we'll provide.
We'll provide you with staff and provide.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Okay, let's have a roll call to accept the minutes.
Mr. Chair, can I make a motion first?
Oh, that's what I did. That makes a very good point there.
I would move that the H side adopt the minutes of August 8, 2022 as read.
Give a second.
I'll second.
Great, we have a second. And welcome Commissioner Vatash. So let's start with Commissioner Vatash to approve the minutes. You have a
Question, the minutes, which minutes?
We're doing the last month's minutes of August 22nd.
I was present, I wasn't on.
Yes, you were.
Then I can vote. Okay, that's my question.
Okay, so you were present. Yes, you were present. Okay. So you vote yes?
Yeah, I do vote yes.
Okay. Commissioner Knight?
Aye.
Commissioner Nye?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan? Commissioner Bleacher? Commissioner Snow?
Aye.
And Commissioner Aye. And Commissioner Papa Gray? Aye. Okay, they have the minutes of that. Next item is item number 4, staff updates.
I have staff from staff to update.
I have one update. I think it falls under staff update. We're going to have a new commissioner. Her name is Brianna Gonzalez. She'll be in the 3rd district tomorrow. She's on the consent agenda for the board of supervisors, so she'll officially be approved tomorrow. And her background is a real estate broker, and she's on the Lompoc Planning Commission. So I think that'll be a great addition to the commission. And that's the update I have. And we'll still have 2 vacancies. So again, all commissioners are welcome to try to fill those if they know anybody who have an opening in the 2nd district. And we still have a long-standing opening in the 4th district. Is that all for staff updates? So we're moving on. Okay, so we're going to move on to the standard agenda. And item number 8, the Rockingham Park nomination. The County Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission will consider the nomination of Rockingham Park for designation as a Santa Barbara County Historic Landmark. The property is shown as assessors parcels number 023 200 001 023 240 002 and 023 280 007. Zone REC and located at 610 Mission Canyon Road in the Mission Canyon area. It's in the 1st City of Missouri district. So this is an agenda item that has a long history, as everyone knows. And I'm going to be doing the presentation, and please forgive me, I'm going to miss a lot of stuff because it's a long period of time that we've been going through. Today, what we're really looking at is, and I just want everyone to be clear so we kind of know what we're doing today. First of all, I want to thank the public for being here, and all comments are welcome. Today, we're going to concentrate on the actual revised resolution for Rockingham Park, because changes were made from our very last meeting versus the one we have today in front of you. So I'm going to first do a background, and then I'm going to go through the changes that were done to the new resolution. And then I'm asking for questions and comments from commissioners on changes to the resolution. And the idea is that we make those changes today, if there is any, and then bring it back for the full nomination next month. And the reason is it's been a long time. A lot of commissioners, we need to look at the whole package of the nomination. I'm sure we've forgotten a lot of things. And if you go into the online packet, all of the materials are on it. And it will give everybody a chance to refresh themselves on this nomination. And also for the new commissioners to be able to have a time to look at all the information and be informed when they make their discussion. Okay. So I'll just go back, kind of a little history here. Back in spring 2016, a nomination for designation of historic landmark, place of historic merit for Rockingham Park was submitted by Francesca Galt. We had multiple meetings between 2016 and 2019. Those meetings consisted of May 9th, 2016, December 12th, 2016, July 10th, 2017, July 9th, 2018, December 10th, 2018, and then February 11th, 2019. We had 2 commissioners that were chairs during those times. Commissioner Ritash was at the beginning of this, and then we had Commissioner Knight chairing this discussion. So it's been a long process. During this time, a resolution was drafted by HLAC, and very detailed how that happened, but we did have a draft resolution, and the one that was being discussed during these meetings was dated 2017. At the very last meeting in 2019, there was some suggested changes to that resolution, but there's also this discussion about how and when we should move forward. There was, I'm being careful, I'm not doing personal things here, but there was known non-support by county government agencies at that time, specifically all 3 county parks, county public works, and I think planning and development, all were not supported with the nomination. At that time, the city of Santa Barbara was working on a potential change to the bridge at Mission Canyon, which was going through the process. And we also were getting word that the supervisors would not support this resolution because of that ongoing project. So move forward to 2021, 2020. The bridge project from the city was, I'm just going to say, was not approved in its former state. It's going back to square one. They're going to start over with charrettes. And so at that same time, I was getting inquiries from commissioners and the public of what's going on with Rockingham Park. It's been so many years. So I started thinking, okay, maybe this will be the time to get this passed and get it through. So before the April meeting, in the April meeting is when I first brought up Rockingham Park. This is April 2020. So before the April meeting, I talked to 2 commissioners. Because of the Brown Act, I could not talk to more than 2, so I make sure that we're not having any problem. And that was Commissioner Nye and Commissioner Duncan. Commissioner Duncan was involved in the first resolution, and so he had the minutes for the changes that were at that last meeting that wanted to be done. So I discussed it with him, and he worked on some changes. We went to county council, and Ryerson took it to 3rd edition, and they looked at the potentially new resolution and worked on that, sent it back to me saying, this looks good. We decided that we also need to get new input from the different county departments for their approval. So during the April meeting, I kind of went through that process. Like I say, some of this you've already heard me talk about. It was decided to form a subcommittee to look into Rockingham Park, the new subcommittee we had before. So I ended up appointing Commissioner Snow, Commissioner Nye, and myself to the new subcommittee. After that meeting, and that was on May 9th, I appointed that. On May 19th, we sent emails to Jeff Lindgren, who's the Assistant Director of County Parks, and also to Chris Sneddon, who's the County Public Works Deputy Director of Transportation, to ask to have a Zoom meeting or a personal meeting to discuss bringing this back and what are their pros and cons for going forward. We set up that meeting, and it was done on June 7th. And we had Chris Sneddon, Jeff Lindgren, Gary Smart, the traffic engineer, is also on the call, and then Commissioner Nye and myself from it. Unfortunately, Commissioner Snow was unavailable. And it was a very positive meeting, but there was lots of concerns. And so it wasn't like very negative, but I'd say it was a positive. On June 15th, we met at Rockland Park, the subcommittee. We went over the pros and cons, what they were talking about, and also some other items of the proposed version of the resolution. On July 15th, I received an email from Chris Sneddon, and he submitted some wording that he felt would make County Public Works agreeable to the Rockland Park resolution. And so we had another subcommittee meeting to look at that wording. There was no unanimous support or not support for the wording, and it was decided that the full HLAC should look at that wording and make a decision on it, because it is a very important part of this proposed resolution. So that is in this new resolution that we'll go over later. Okay, moving on. We had a meeting on June 13th. The subcommittee decided, okay, we've done our due diligence, we've talked to the different county departments. We think it's time to bring it back to full HLAC for an initial meeting. During this process, we found out that one of the parcels, parcel 023-2040002, is actually city property. It's a very small property, less than an acre. But they actually own that property in Rockland Park. So then we decided, well, we haven't really done due diligence to talk to them. So at the time, we said, we're going to need to put this on hold and find out what the city's position on this. It turns out in 1974, there was a 99-year lease agreement between the city of Santa Barbara and the county. They signed, so the city of Santa Barbara put a pumping station behind a fire station on Foothill Road, which is there now. And that was on county property, APN 023-24000, which is within the Rockland Park, in exchange for the county to operate that small city parcel. So we decided we got to let them know that we're working on a historic landmark, which is parcel. I went and went through the process. I started with the city administrator's office and got moved around. They were very supportive as far as helping me out, trying to get to the right person. And we finally got an email back on July 1st from Adam Kendall. He's a principal engineer for the city of Santa Barbara Public Works. He is pretty much the one that can make decisions on this, in addition to the city administrator's office. On July 22nd, one of the things that came up was we had a hard time finding this actual lease agreement. And through Ann Ryerson, County Council, through her diligence, through other staff members, we found the lease agreement July 22nd. And we sent that to Adam for his look at it, because he couldn't make any decisions without seeing what the actual lease said. So he has that. August 1st, I received a nice email from Adam saying he received the document, and he was working with City Water Resources about the resolution. And they said they might need language put into the resolution. And here's a quote from the email. I think there is a way to make it work. Just need to get through the various conditions, perhaps documenting for concerns in the resolution. I emailed him several weeks ago saying this is coming to today's meeting, and if you could give us any wording that you'd like added to the resolution, because we're very open to work with the city, of course. And at this time, I don't think they have gotten that far yet. So it's positive for the city, but we just don't know for sure. It's something that we might have to add later to the resolution. It has to do with the water rights is very much. So it's not really anything historical. It has more to do with the city water rights in that area. So that brings us to today. So after we finally kind of got through with the city and the county, we finally decided to send out the notices, which we did after last month's meeting, and we are here today. So, Jonathan, can you put up the resolution if you haven't already? So we have in the back, if you are here in the room, the new version of the Rocky Mills Park resolution. And I'm going to go over the changes that are in there, and I'm sure I've missed some, but these were things that were different than the 2007 resolution that we discussed in 2019, 3 years ago. In section 1, we added the word indigenous Chumash, and that was a big, and I don't know how we missed that when we did this in 2017, but it was brought up at the last meeting, or it actually was in the December. It was in the December 10th meeting that was brought up that we forgot to put mention of the Chumash in our resolution. So that we added the words indigenous Chumash in section 1. Go to section 4. In the 2019 meeting, it was brought up that one of the big features of Rocky Mills Park is its geological features and having to do with the historic debris flows that are so obvious in Rocky Mills Park. And after what this area's been through with Montecito recently, it is so important to show that this happens all the time. And so it's very important to put that in. So in section 4, we added, and the park's dramatic historic debris flow of sandstone boulders. That is like a new insertion. And by the way, this is all done by the subcommittee. It's not just me that's doing this. The subcommittee decided. In section 4, we added the words native California trees. Now, this was after I had a discussion with Colin McCon about putting in the native trees in the area. We've been going back and forth between actually saying sycamore or California oaks, and we decided as a subcommittee to put in the more generic California trees, just so it covers all bases instead of doing individual. So that is added into the resolution. The general one in B2, when it talks about the eucalyptus trees, the Parks Department has many concerns about the, about how it's going to affect their use of maintenance of the park, and concerns about eucalyptus trees, but it's something that will not live forever. And so we just kind of changed the wording a little bit to extent feasible. So it's not like in stone, but we know trees eventually get diseased, die. We have to, safety reasons, we have to take care of it. So a lot of the document, you'll see the word extends feasible with public safety. I'm not sure if public safety was in there already, but I know we changed the wording to extend feasible, and it's in more than just that addition. Okay. Now we get on to the exceptions, and that's the second page, page 3 under B. And we have 2 different lines. Before, there was only 1, 2, and 3. Commissioner Nye, discussion in the subcommittee about item number 4, and we do have a picture to show. I took pictures on Labor Day, and there should be a picture of Rocky Mills Park entrance. And there's 2 I took, but we're talking about the north entrance, and later during discussion, maybe Commissioner Nye can discuss the difference between the north and south entrance as far as the boulders go. It's on the 4 photographs that I sent you. They're individual photos, so I think it's 4. Each photo is a separate tab. Here. So do the one with the sign, it's brought in the park. That's the north entrance. that's the south, and that's the north, and the sun's in my eyes, so those boulders, looking at, historical photos, a lot of those were not there before. So, it was decided to add that into, section 4. And we don't know for sure what happened. I know there's been some historic floods recently, I mean, in the 60s, where there might have been some boulders that went in the roads, and they just kind of piled them up on the side of the road. So that's why we put the exception there, because we feel that those are not part of the original natural boulders from the flood. Okay, so now we move to item number 5. This is the line that was put in by Head of Public Works, Chris Stanton, County Public Works Deputy Director. And item number 5, we pull up the photo that shows the road. So I'll read it. Item number 5 is elements adjacent to or along Mission Canyon Road corridor that are impacted by maintenance, capital improvement, or safety projects. There is, okay, that is the overall view of the north from the entrance of Rockland Park. And look at a second picture of a close-up of the actual, that is the actual curving. Is that very curvy in front of, along the road. As you can see, over the years, it has gotten pretty much obliterated, but it is there, and it is historic. So there's the County Public Works would like to have the discretion to work at that. So that was inserted by Kristen from County Public Works. So those are the additions that I have to this resolution, and there might be a few that I missed. And so please, commissioners, if you remember something different between 2017 and 2022. So today, that is really the conclusion of my presentation for the Rocky Mountain Park. And so I guess I'll open this up to questions for commissioners.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Dunn.
Thank you for the overview. It does remind us of how much work has been done. And as a subcommittee member, I have to add, and all the subcommittee meetings and site visits that were involved in that too. One thing too that you didn't go over this additional material is we now have these aerial.
Oh, that's right. I'm very sorry. Let me go over. We have 2 new aerial photographs that have been updated. The old denomination did have aerial photographs, but these are from 2018. The old ones, I believe, were 2015. So they're more updated. Also in the packet, we have the original drawing of which was helpful with Commissioner Duncan of the different positioning of the features in the park. And it's like, yes, it's that drawing.
This is what Jonathan even talked about.
Absolutely. And that one, we know that probably going to need a little updates, tweaks to it, but we decided it's really important because it's easier to see the different sort of features that are seen in the park.
You had it there for a second. So I am looking at the specific language of the resolution.
That's it.
And one of the things that the old, there, you just leave it right there for a second. This old document was it called out all these items that were both historic and non-historic, so that then they could be referred to in the resolution. And one note here is down at the bottom, it says mission period aqueduct not depicted. It's not depicted because, of course, we want that to remain confidential, the location of that aqueduct. I did notice that in the language of the resolution, a phrase was added, which says, and I'm talking about now, page 2, 2B1. It talks about the different things that are identified on the attached site plan, and it specifically says, and except for the aqueduct. So there's language in there now that points out, if you go looking for that, you're not gonna find it, even though we're telling you that it's historic. So that was additional language that I noticed that we needed and is a good addition. But what I noticed, excuse me, on page 3, if you go to look at all our exclusions, one of the way we carefully identify those exclusions was to refer to this plan. So you'll see D says the following features of Rocky Nook Park identified on the accompanying site plan. And I use the word site plans there because that's how this is in fact entitled. Although the aerials are really nice in terms of describing some of the elements, especially the historic and where they're located, it doesn't call out all these things that aren't historic, but we want to be able to call them out and say they're not covered. So I think either we don't say that they're identified on the accompanying site plan, or we also include that site plan as part of the package. And then I don't know if we need to have any differing language which separates these areas from the site plan. But as it is now, items 1, 2, and 3 that were listed under D are all clearly called out on that site plan. Number 4, if we were going to add it, could be called out on that site plan. And so Commissioner and I and myself discussed that it in fact could be unmade man-made boulder pile, maybe at UMBP, it could be at the very bottom of that list. Making it a little easier so we don't have to reorder that. And we could call that out on its location just north of the entry there particularly. The other thing is if we include number 5 as it is here, I'm not sure. This is a pretty broad language as it is now. This is big enough to drive a truck through. However, it may be that sort of language that Public Works feels they need in order to feel comfortable with the resolution. So there are 2 issues here, obviously, whether or not we like that language, and then also how we're going to deal with it, because it's such a broad thing. We're not specifically going to call out, quote, elements adjacent to or along Mission Canyon Road. Right? I mean, he may interpret that as being a lot of things. We might interpret it as just being the stone curtain. I don't know. But I'm just pointing out that in terms of clarity, that's a slightly different issue. We've got some options here. We could either strike the reference to identified on the covenant site plan, or say that for absolute clarity's sake and no disagreements about what we're talking to, keeping this site plan and the specific locations that are called out on it is a good idea. We just need to amend it to have UMBP. Or you could find some other solution in terms of what you want to call out. The other thing I would point out is one thing this adds, which you can't see in the areas, is it actually has Mission Creek. I think that's a good addition to understand where it lies in the park. You can't actually see it in the area. There's so much vegetation. And the other thing is, because it has the road elements that go through the park, I think it helps you identify easier where some of these man-made features are. So I do think there's some value in keeping this and keeping the reference to it. I'm sorry to be so long-winded.
No, not at all. And I just remembered, I forgot at the beginning of this to ask if anybody has to step aside on this issue, meaning conflicts of interest.
question about stepping aside.
Yes,
So you listed all the meetings leading up to the time when it was tabled, more or less.
Right.
And I know that I attended, I think, most of the meetings. Subsequent to that, sort of hiatus, there were a number of internal meetings, I think there were subcommittee meetings and so forth, minutes of which I do not have, never have seen. There were understandings, memorandums, and language and so forth. So that's fine. It's just that now that we're resuming this, in order to participate and vote in a full manner, how do you imagine handling all the traffic that happened between the start of the hiatus and the resumption of this project?
well, the way I understand it when I talked to county council is that, we are starting from the resolution level. And we felt that the officials, all the meetings that we had discussed, I mean, subcommittees and stuff, pretty much were bringing things to the main meeting, so that it's discussed then. After the last meeting, since it was not really brought up to the full commission, we didn't discuss any of those things. If there was something important that the new subcommittee didn't know about, it could be given to the new subcommittee now that discuss at the next meeting. It's the way I look at it. We're starting, we could have started from the very beginning and do another 10 meetings, another couple of years. And that's why I decided as chair to bring this forward at the resolution level, so that we wouldn't, waste more and more time with something that a lot of people are interested in. So, but you have a very good question there about discussions that were after that meeting. But the way I looked at it, we're taking the materials that were in front of the public and documenting meetings. And we want all the commissioners, because there is a couple of commissioners that one is brand new. One maybe was here partly through that process, but not through the whole process. We want every commissioner to go through all of those meeting minutes that are posted now and really read up on them so that you feel that you're comfortable in making a decision on this nomination. And am I wording this right, County Council?
I'd suggest if you weren't present at the hearing to go ahead and listen to the recording of the hearing. And then the other thing is, if there are any ex parte disclosures, so I think that would be good to ask if anyone has ex parte. I don't have a microphone set up. I'm told it'll show through that. Could you hear me? Or
Yeah. Any ex parte disclosures from any of the commissioners for this item? We have this on the record now for you.
I don't have any ex parte disclosures. I appreciate your response. I think the fact that we are today looking at an amended or revised resolution, which by its very nature incorporates all of the history that transpired in the last couple of years, and the subcommittee history and so forth. And this language, whether we accept it or not, is current language. So I would like to know whether this document with this language is something that I can look at, think about, analyze, maybe have a couple of conversations with other commissioners, no more than two, of course, and to understand what I think. I don't know what I think. There's some interesting, I think all these are big improvements, and I'm all for consensus. But I just want to be able, I want to understand that what I'm seeing is something that we can take up and forward to our next meeting and possibly getting some action on the resolution.
I think that's the whole idea, is why we're not discussing the actual Rockingham Park nomination today, which I know the wording for the public probably is confusing, because they thought today would be the information. But I think we need to work on this resolution. I was hoping to get input today. We can change the input into a new version, bring it back to the next meeting. I was hoping that we get consensus, we could have a vote next month, but if we don't, if it takes 2 months to do it, it takes 2 months or 3 months, whatever time it takes. But at least we're starting from, not the beginning, you know, we're starting at a point where we're taking all the input from the past and starting from this point. So you would have time to talk to other commissioners. Again, you know, Brown Act, no more than 2. And, you know, if you see changes that need to be done before the next meeting, you can actually come talk to the subcommittee, and then we can bring it up ahead, you know, have it ahead of time to discuss to the full commission.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
In response to Mr. Wintosh's concerns, which are very valid concerns, I think you summarized, Mr. Chair, basically the discussions on the part of the subcommittee. We only met in person perhaps twice, and the Mr. Chair provided the background to that. We don't really have minutes, but those minor changes is what we came up with. So very little has changed aside from the items that, the 3 or 4 items that have been discussed. So you haven't missed much essentially, but in terms of obviously, in terms of the discussions, many of us on the committee, we have to talk about how those went.
So Commissioner Duncan, do you have more comments, questions, any more questions? Okay. So we'll move on to other questions from commissioners. Let's see, we have Commissioner Malcolm.
I do have a concern with that number 5. That's brought up. If I remember correctly, the stone curving was pretty much the reason this whole issue became an issue. It's a landmark, because that was in danger from being lost because somebody wanted to straighten the road or something like that. And now what this 0.5 is doing is throwing them under the bus. I guess to protect, which was not really in danger the rest of the potential landmark. And basically, I think we need to put in something that does protect that stone curve from being demolished. But like you said, you don't know what the government was that one that was that's number 5 put in how they interpret it. And we're interpreting just as a stone curtain, but to protect that a little more than it is. It just seems like a 5 is not.
Commissioner Malcolm, I want to be very counsel. I mean, there's a lot of things I want to say, but I realize this, what I want to say is comments versus questions. So I guess we have to make sure we're raising everything in question. And I know it's difficult in this because we all, you know, have comments, but I'm just like, you know, I want to respond to you, but what I have is a comment, it's not a question. And so, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and I could respond right now, but I think I have to wait until we're in the comments after close. But that, we framed it as a question, why isn't the curve in, I mean, so maybe something like that.
That's why I call it a question.
Yeah. It's hard.
Basically, will we be protecting that stone curtain with item number 5 there?
Okay, I guess since I did the presentation, I guess I do the answer. Something that as written, unless there's amendments, Probably no. Say that, because it is very vague, and it allows them to do what they do on the road. And, I want to answer more, but I have to do that during comments. But the way it's worded, no, it allows them to do, just as it says, let's read it again. Elements adjacent to or along Mission Canyon Road corridor that are impacted by maintenance, capital improvements, or safety costs. So when there is a capital improvement to widen Mission Canyon Road, they do not have to come back to us for the stone crew. Any other questions or commissions?
I do have a question. Section 4, paragraph 4, where it talks about, you mentioned parks dramatic destructively flows. Rates witnesses debris flows into the heat. There's one major event that is experienced. I want to see this one, just clarifying that it's the history of periodic debris flows.
So maybe you have an S under flows.
If that's general, but just seeing the event.
Right, right, because this is multiple different generations of flows.
Mr. Chair, can I speak to that?
Go ahead, right there.
Supposedly, there is records either in true natural history or elsewhere that speaks to a specific instance. And that, I think, is what this original language is based on. So I think it really is talking about one event. Certainly, there have been multiple events. That's purely a matter of whether you want to try and encompass the margin or something happening over time, or whether you're trying to speak to a specific event in oral history.
Questions? Nothing down below? Okay. Well, let's move on to, I believe it is time for questions, public comment. Do we have a list of names of people who would like to speak? And I want to, I'm not sure how to do this, but we have so many letters that have been sent in, and I would appreciate the public to be so active, engaged in this issue, that I don't know if we can name all the names of people that have sent in letters. I mean, or they are posted, but there is dozens of letters, and these are recent ones. There's also the older ones that were sent 3 years ago. And I know county doesn't have all those letters to be able to put up, but I know there's a lot more letters than what we see on that, on file for letters. I mean, I just remember one for this year ago that I didn't see. So I mean, there's a lot of letters that have been sent. The recent ones though, I don't know, should we document the names of the people that sent correspondence in one way or the other on this item?
I don't think that's typical to
Okay.
document.
Okay, I just want to point it out that besides the people here today, we have received lots and lots of letters. And please, commissioners, I know it takes a while to download those letters, but if you take time, it does work. You can get them down.
I have a question. If people have written letters and they're here to speak today, is that possible that they are a duplicate here or are they
Oh, no, that was fine, because we will know as commissioners who go through that, okay, they sent a letter, but they took the time to come today to speak, so definitely, there's no issue with that. So, do we have a list of the names to bring them up, and then I can.
Oh, excuse me, I'll have to-
We have like 5 days, so it's not a huge amount, so it's manageable. So I'll read the name and step on up to the microphone, and then I'll read the name that will be the person afterwards, so you can kind of be prepared that you're next in line. So we'll first start with Kevin Snow. And please try to keep it like within 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Kevin Snow, and it has been my privilege to be a member of the Mission Canyon Area Planning Commission that met for a number of years to reshape the rules regarding development in Mission Canyon. And of course, the healing of Rockenook Park was very central to our effort to maintain the rural aspect and feeling of Mission Canyon. And to have Rockenook Park as a landmark would be most beneficial to maintaining that and preserving it as we move forward with issues related to traffic and particularly with public engagement in parks, trails, and so on. I've also been a member for quite a number of years on the Mission Canyon Association, and I just appreciate the degree to which the community of Mission Canyon is very much engaged with maintaining Rockenook Park as a very special place. So I encourage the adoption of this as a landmark. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jeff Lindgren, followed by Paulina Kahn.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jeff Lindgren. I'm the Assistant Director for Community Services Park Division. Thank you for leaving me here to speak to you. I originally intended to step up here and just remind you that to this point, that Parks does not consent to this designation. In hearing your discussion today, I think there's some things that we can continue to work on. Our County Parks Commission did vote against this designation in June of 2017. When Commissioner Duncan came and provided a presentation to our Parks Commission. At this point, I don't recognize that there have been any significant changes to the resolution that would trigger a reason to go back to a County Parks Commission. It looks generally the same. But would entertain that if we can come to some mutually agreed upon changes. I think there's an opportunity to continue with this site planning effort that you've identified here. There is a lot of confusion amongst what elements would be protected and what elements our staff would have no leeway with being able to provide the type of maintenance that we provide on a regular basis. As you know, Rockenook is a very well-used and well-loved park in its community, and we were working there on a daily basis, consistently cleaning, making changes that are on a small scale. There are no grand or capital improvements planned for Rockenook Park. It is kind of an asset just the way it is. So we don't have any master plan or capital improvement programs that show major changes to that park in a functional way. So, as was mentioned earlier by all of your commissioners, most of the driving force behind this designation seems to come from protecting the rural character of Mission Canyon Road. And some of that has now creeped into the park. We just want to make sure that we can continue to maintain that park, keep it safe, clean and green for the users that come to that park on a regular basis. So our position today is still that we would not consent to the designation, but open to further discussion on that point.
Thank you very much. Paulina Kahn, followed by Francesca Dawson.
Good morning, Chair Kaufman-Gray and Commissioners. My name is Paulina Khan. I'm very much in favor of making Rockingham Park a historic landmark. In the words of Kellen DeForest, whose parents helped develop the park, it's long overdue. And the Parks Department does not need to fear landmark status because the maintenance and the upkeep that they are doing now is what everyone loves and wants to keep. And they say over and over again in their letters, don't change the park. No more benches, no more concrete. We love the native vegetation. And in 1993, when the park put in its ADA access and new restrooms, they were given a plant list to plant around there. And those are native California plants that work under the oaks in an oak woodland. There is nothing to stop the Parks Department from doing any of this. Now, the parks, Rockingham Park has a deed restriction on it. And that deed restriction is shown on the Flournoy survey. I don't understand why nobody is talking about this. Why can the roads department just say, if we want to take the curbing or any other part of Rockingham Park, why can't we? For safety reasons. I mean, they can say that we need a freeway. Mission Canyon Road needs to be a freeway. 4 lanes. All of Rockingham Park will be gone. Because all of it is next to, in some form or another, next to Mission Canyon Road. This number 5 exemption is ludicrous. And I would love, before somebody comes back, for county council to say, does the deed that the county accepted, saying that Rockingham Park is for park use only, whether that means anything? Mission Canyon Road, Mission Canyon is a rural area. And the fire department has said a 2-lane bridge, 2-lane road, it doesn't matter how wide it is, as long as it's 10 feet wide, they don't care. So the fact that the roads department, when they make changes, has to bring things up to code, just like somebody making new changes on an old building has to bring the electricity up to code. That is the problem. So we are much better off leaving everything the way it is and making sure that traffic cannot go faster than 25 miles per hour. Now, as to the resolution, I put these things in the resolution, and I would like number 5 and number 4, I'd like it reworded because these are not man-made boulders. It's the heap that is man-made. The boulders are all natural, so I don't know how you put a new word into your alphabetical order. I'd have to go to a thesaurus to see if there's something that starts with U that, anyway. So I wanted that back up under 2, so. And I thought the wording was very good, that you said if there were changes or alterations or moving, that it would have to go to the HLAC. The same thing has to happen with the curbing and those old debris flow boulders that are part of that curbing. That is very historic, and there is no need for Mission Canyon Road to go beyond that. Other thing that I have noticed that has been left out is signage. Signage is really important, and there needs to be some consistency. Historic signage was carved wood with light colored letters and a dark brown background. I would like to see that put back in because we have all kinds of hodgepodge of signage now in Rockingham Park. You have done a yeoman's job. I'm so impressed. You have been professional. Your research has been wonderful. Your communication here has been wonderful. I have nothing but praise for you. Now, again, Jeff Lindgren mentioned the June 22 Parks Commission meeting. I read the minutes that are up on the website. I cannot believe the minutes. I don't know how to say it. I don't know who to say it to. They are inaccurate. They are. What words should I use? There are areas where it's just, I don't remember, but don't believe the minutes is essentially what I'm saying. Ryan Yanis did not give the presentation, as the minutes say. It was Lansing Duncan. The vote is quote unquote accurate, but it doesn't mention that the question or the motion was put in the negative, and that most of the commissioners, and there were only 4, didn't understand it. So the first vote went awry, and then they had to do it again. And it was exactly the same thing, and the person who did the second still did not understand the motion that he seconded. And there was one of the commissioners, a lady, who said she wanted to wait and vote next time. It was an unbelievable, in my opinion, unprofessional meeting. I was so embarrassed. And the other thing you see, it's under public comments. They put Lansing Duncan under public comments. When he was the representative from HLHC making the presentation, they say under public comments, Lansing Duncan 4, Pauline DeCon 4. And also under the public comments, the staff from Public Works, city and county are put under there. Now, why is it that staff is allowed comments under public comments? I know that here, Mr. Lindgren did, and perhaps that is okay or permissible, but if you are representing a government agency, is there a difference in whether you're public comments and commenting for yourself as an individual, or are you a staff public comment?
We need to wrap this up.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, you have all done, as I said before, thank you very, very much for the great job.
Okay, so we have Francesca Dawes, followed by Laney Evans.
Morning, Commissioners. Of course, I agree with Pauline. Passion.
Get a little closer to the microphone. Thank you.
I commend all your study and work on this project. I also had a problem with 5 because of the boulders being natural, but also I hope you got a chance to read the letter. The first letter I wrote when I got recent website explained the historic features and the historic importance of that entry. Archaeologists, anthropologists, geologists, all have spoken about that in my research. Now, you have not had all my research. I think that all came in the addendum to the main document, which is 54 pages long. You had asked me to write a more complete document after that original. And I had spent several months. Alina had helped me quite a bit with that. And then it was presented and given to the county. I'm pretty sure I brought it to HLAC. Some of you might have been here. And I also brought in material way after that. That was important material. I just kept discovering things and doing more research because I got extremely interested in it. Anyway, these are piles and piles of letters because we used to collect everything from every meeting, and things were put online letters were put online, articles were in the papers, all the local papers had articles on Rockville. And there. I can't remember. The many letters of support from people of all ages and backgrounds are amazing. There must be 100 now counting. Heartfelt letters from neighbors, writers, professors, lovers of nature, and professionals in all fields. Native American individuals and tribal representatives wrote and spoke at meetings. A note came from Joe Abdo, who's written books about the Dabney family and their exceptional contributions on the island of Fayal in the Azores, representing our new country. Third generation Californian Barbara Lyons' forceful writing and reasoning for saving Rockville makes you stop in your tracks and dare to lose this special California place. There were letters in all the local papers and online. Santa Barbara poet Bettina Barrett was moved to write a letter after seeing one by Chumash elder Ernestine Ignacio de Soto. She says, Ernestine said exactly what matters at Rocky Milk Park and the need to not only love its presence in our lives, but a place all of us need to honor and remember as being of the past history of this place. Bettina's poetry, Being with Nature by Bettina Barrett from the Independent, July 21st, 2018. There is a place right in the city of Santa Barbara, a small and quiet place, where oak trees grow, birds fly here and there, a small creek flows, benches to sit on. We call it Rocky Milk Park, and it has been there forever. Thank you. Thank you for your work and to protect our places of value for us and for future generations.
Scott, one question. The documents that we have in the back now, is that the correct revised resolution?
That's the main, that's a copy of the main.
That's the new
document.
one?
That's.
I mean, the revised one?
Yeah, that was the more complete one. And then there was an addendum that has very important information in it. And I'll see if I can send that over to
But I
you.
think all the commission, make sure you pick up the more complete resolution.
Yeah,
It's in the back today.
Mr. Chair.
you want to at least read through it, you know, it's very detailed.
There was an application included in our packet, which was dated March 8th, 2016.
That's the first one, and then she did the more, the more extensive one is in back today.
What's the date on that?
10,
It's 10:26.
10/26.
Because I think I have an original, which is 54 pages, it's undated. I was just trying to straighten out.
Yeah, I know.
Which version we're talking about. This one's, I think, the original.
Oh, well, what they had online was the first one that was a shorter one.
Mr.
That
Chair,
was
if I could
dated March 2016.
I'd like to extend it for last clarity here. Okay, the original one that we had was this, it was actually written in March, and that we looked at for our first hearing. And then subsequently, the one you're holding in your hand, if it's got this picture on the back, this is actually the one that we used in our December meeting. So this was the latest of that. There's quite a bit more kind of photographs in it.
This is part of the addendum that continued or something, because I did so many documents. The main document, I believe, is the correct one in the back. The full main document.
We'll take a look and then check your files because we have, till the next meeting to be able to get that to us so that we can really study Rocky Milk Park.
Okay, I will do that. And the addendum has the information that I was talking about at the entry.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, so let's see, it's Lenny Epstein, and then the last speaker would be Linda Williams. I'm sorry, was that Lenny? Lenny Evans.
Chair Kaufman, great members of the commission, thank you for your time and service. My name is Lanny Evenstein, and I'm the chair of the Coalition to Preserve Mission Canyon. And I recognize you're not voting today, but nonetheless would like to talk on this issue. And that is that this issue first came before you, as just noted, in March of 2016. That's now more than 6 years ago. There's a reason why this issue has taken so long. And it's because there are forces that want to change historical elements in Rocky Neck Park, period. That's why it's taking so long. You don't have issues that take 6 years when everybody is in consensus in terms of, or the lines are clearly drawn. What's even more concerning is that it's such a back end run in terms of, there's no argument that the curbing on Mission Canyon Road isn't historic. No one's saying that. They're not bringing in consultants or anything like that. They're just saying, we want to bust it up and we want to put in a new road there. That's what they're saying. And that's not the place of this commission. Your commission is, you're looking at the historic elements, period. If an overriding consideration has to be made, so be it. That can be fought out in terms of, that's a different issue. No one is arguing that there isn't an overriding consideration that can be made for anything that you do. But what it is to say is, it's not your job to say, gosh, these other forces would like to see at some point in time a big change that would affect Rocky Neck's historicity, and well, we're not sure exactly what it is. And their last proposal got shot down after 6 or 8 years of community turmoil trying to blow up one of the most historic sites in our area. Rocky Neck Park is an organic whole. My family and I have lived there for 59 years at this point in time. I probably first went to Rocky Neck Park in about 1963, maybe 62. And as Frank Galt has done such an excellent job of displaying, from the geologic history to the Chumash history to the early American settler history to the development as a park, there's not another park like this anywhere. And I really mean that in terms of, there isn't another park like this anywhere. Not in Santa Barbara County, not in California, not in anywhere that has this combination of resources. It's just, it is something that merits the strongest possible protection by this commission, and that includes the curbing. The original wording was better. They have to come up with an overriding consideration. You write them a letter saying, we're sorry, it's historic. That's why it's in. Do you have a strong argument for it? It's not an argument over whether it's historic or not. That the argument is, we should be able to do development without EIRs, and we should have it in the resolution that that we don't get, the HLC is not coming back. Let's not be that important. You're actually hurting it by putting in that sort of language. So I hope that you reconsider that language for next time. Coalition to Preserve Mission Canyon has more than 1,000 members across the area throughout Santa Barbara County, not just in one neighborhood. We feel very strongly you received input from the Chumash, you received many others from the Sierra Club and others, and this is a spontaneous feeling about this most historic place. So we hope you continue to hang tough and do your job in terms of, you're not in the road planning business. That's, that's a different issue in terms of, you're in the issue of what's historic. And I think that the road curbing is included in that. You've done great work. You put in lots of time on it, effort. Let's bring it to fruition and have the best resolution for Rocky Neck Park for the long term. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, and then Linda Williams.
Hello, my name is Linda Williams. I'm a local girl, grew up in Santa Barbara from about the age of 2. And one of my fondest memories and most formative memories as a very young child was my first visit to Rocky Neck Park. In that first encounter with the park, as a young child, I understood geologic time and the strength of the forces of nature. And what we have in this park is a monument made by Gaia herself, as if she laid the sandstone foundations for our community. There should be no question whatsoever. This park is valid. There probably is nothing more historic in the state. Those boulders came down, how many hundreds of thousands, if not millions, and approximating billions of years ago. I need to look at my geologic history notes here. But there's no question, and everything that happened from that initial start date for the park to present time is a continuity that should not be disrupted. So no change to anything in that park, anything bordering access to it, the road, the bridge, and what is going on with the car that hit the bridge where it was damaged, and then the worst slipshod, some concrete dentistry that left a mouthful of mess at the entry of our bridge. That is unforgivable. That capstone is still sitting on the ground. If I had no ethics, I would have hauled it away in my pickup by now, because that's got to be worth several $1,000, just that stone. Every single rock that's cut is a work of art by some ancestor forebearer that took responsibility to beautify our community. And for there to be any coddling of the maintenance crew that brings out someone who doesn't even know how to cut stone to slap concrete over our historic monuments, that's unforgivable in my mind. So I can go on for hours, I get so revved up, but I think I speak not only for myself. I moved back to Santa Barbara because of my affection for this area of our city, and because our ancestors, such as Pearl Chase, took their positions that you're doing a wonderful job in bringing forward, in not questioning what's important to our local citizenry. And anything that's historic, that sandstone is beautiful in this area, deserves all of our protection. And if we need to pull out pitchforks to make sure that happens, I think a lot of us are capable of doing that. So please continue your good efforts and preserve this. All the children that use that park, I walk here in the mornings, I see them, and it just entertains me so, wondering how many of these young citizens of our city and county are having the same moment of epiphany, an education you cannot get from books, by just being a living creature in nature. And this beautiful monument we have deserves all of our total dedication. And for that, city and county, they aren't doing that good a job. I mean, I know they try, but our beaches are not well enough protected. I spent the interim after growing up in Santa Barbara, 40 years in San Francisco. And you want to see what can happen if you're not on top of things as a community, I can tell you, it can happen anywhere, and it's eroding our edges. If you ride into Santa Barbara on a train, you feel like you're coming into Calcutta. So it won't happen to this park as long as I'm sure a lot of us are still kicking in this town. And thank you for your support. I'm so encouraged to hear that there is support from all our community organizations.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go right ahead.
in response to public comment, and in defense of our county staff who are present, the bridge is under the authority of the city, and not the county. So.
Yeah, is the city involved? Did I just hear that the city is also involved in this?
Well, the city, the bridge is in the city, and it's there, it's the city that's living in the parish.
So is the city giving, involved in this conversation about the heritage landmark status?
Well,
So
Yeah.
I'll let you share answer.
What Commissioner Nye is saying is that the Mission Canyon Bridge is in the city of Santa Barbara. So the city of Santa Barbara is the one that, whatever you're seeing, is responsible for the repair there. The Rocky Neck Park is in the county of Santa Barbara, but as I mentioned earlier, there is one small parcel that belongs to the city that we're in negotiation with to make it. But what he's talking about, and I think you were talking about, is Mission Canyon Bridge and Hardhead. And so they're the responsible parties that you need to talk to about why is it a shabby repair.
Oh, thank you.
Okay,
Good to know.
and it's very confusing in this part of town because the city and county is like a little maze of
Yes,
words.
I've grown up here, I wasn't aware of that, but how do we protect that part of it? I mean, it should be, in my mind, it's all part of Rocky Park.
I would, we have to move on, but I would just contact the city of Santa Barbara, their Parks Department or the Roads Division, either Public Roads Division is who you would talk to about your concerns on the bridge.
I just remembered, I did call the city and they referred me to the county.
Okay, well, and reinform them that that is city property. Okay. Okay, thank you very, yes, go ahead.
Public comments in the Zoom meeting.
Yes, see if there's any public comment from the Zoom meeting. Thank you.
Adam Hendo, you're ready, you can unmute yourself. And you'd like to make a public comment?
Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Can you hear me okay?
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. I am Adam Hendel, Principal Engineer in Public Works at the City of Santa Barbara. And as the chair mentioned, we have been reviewing this city-owned parcel of land within Rocky Nook Park that was actually originally acquired by the city in 1904 by the Roman Catholic Church for water resources purposes. We're not currently using it for that purpose, which is why we are in the 99-year lease with the county for the pump station. And my suggestion as it relates to this parcel, primarily related because it's not an active part of the park, and because someday the city may need that parcel of land for a water resources purpose, we'd like to suggest removing that parcel from the resolution entirely. Alternatively, if that couldn't be done, then the city and the county would need to enter into some kind of memorandum of understanding as to what would happen when that lease expires in 2073, which is some period in the future, but it'll be here before we know it. So that's my comment regarding the city land. And then lastly, I just also wanted to note the history of water resources assets in this area. The city has sewer mains and sewer main easements that run through Rocky Nook Park that serve county residents in Mission Canyon. And we understand the deliberations over designating Rocky Nook as a historic landmark. We just like it known that we have those assets in the park, and those assets do require access and regular maintenance. So those are my comments on behalf of City Public Works. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adam. Yeah, I'm in the lots of words, not the memorandum, but in the agreement between the city and county, just so commissioners know, there is a map that shows that there is a water line that goes through the parks that is city, so that is something we're does anyone have any questions for Adam? Because this is the time to actually ask him something, because it is hard to read the city. Any commissioners have questions? Okay, well, thank you very much, Adam, for that. So the way I understand it, the city would first prefer to remove the parcel entirely, or do a memorandum of understanding between the city and county. Thank you very much. Any more public comments?
Chris Lennon, if you're here to leave a public comment, please raise your hand. Oh, you're here.
For another agenda item?
No, just if you have any questions.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Okay, any more public comments?
That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we're moving on to, I guess it's commissioner comments. So who would like to start? Right, Commissioner Denton.
Actually, I've got some questions to follow up from.
Very good. Go ahead.
So based upon what we just heard from the city, as council, is there any real problem if we remove that little triangle in the center there? We haven't identified any historic elements on it. And could we simply remove that? Without, it is within Rockingham Park, but it's not, or we could specifically call it out in an exclusion. That's probably part of our question too. To do that, we have to specifically call it out. So stepping back from that even further, how would you address what the city just told us?
So it sounds like they requested to have the parcel removed from the resolution, so we could delete it from the introductory whereas clause.
Just remove that APN number.
Yeah, and then, I mean, for clarity, you could add a specific section to specifically say it's not included.
Right.
I don't think you're required to do that, but that might make it more clear.
Well, the
to everyone in the
original
future.
nomination of Jessica Gall did exclude that parcel. It was not in the original one. So we added it later, and I'm not sure how it got added, but it was added later. And so that's when we found out we need to start discussing with the city to try to get it included. So up to the commission here, should we throw it back to the subcommittee to discuss this and then bring it back? Or comments now? It's like Commissioner Prakash has.
Yeah, this general question.
Go ahead.
So is parcel 002 a problem? Is there someone that doesn't want it, or is it someone, do we want it?
Parcel 002, like I said, is a small parcel in the middle of the park that we really have that we did not find any historic resources. If you look at the map, there's no historic resource. We included it because I believe after the fact, just because we were thinking of including everything in the boundaries of Rockingham Park as a historic landmark. And so then we decided when we found that out, to go ahead and make the discussions with the city to see if we could make that possible. And now today we just found out that they prefer not to have it in the park, but it sounds like there is a possibility to do a memorandum again.
So you say they prefer not to have it in the park, who's they?
Jeff, what we just heard from today, or public comment, that was the city of Santa Barbara speaking.
How was it? So they
That was
are
he's
number
said
two to be in there.
Yeah, he said it's preferably to read exactly what he said, remove the parcel entirely. That is his preference. And he kind of speaks on behalf of the city of Santa Barbara. But he also mentioned maybe a memorandum of understanding with the city and county like we did before. But his first words out of his mouth was the easiest thing was to remove the
Who
parcel.
owns the parcel?
City of Santa Barbara. We're on a 99-year lease with in 1974, as I mentioned earlier, the city of Santa Barbara and the county of Santa Barbara did an understanding memorandum, a 99-year lease, so that the county could operate that parcel, but the city actually owns it. But the county parks department runs that parcel under a lease agreement. So,
Any people going on to comments?
yeah, you want to do comments now? Let's get started. And then this is over.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, this is like reliving old history here. Because of course, one of the reasons why the debate on this became heated before, this became so entangled with road improvements on Mission Canyon Road. We are not the place to discuss road improvements on Mission Canyon Road. We're here just to try and protect historic resources to the extent that we can. And to do that, sometimes I think we have to take a bit longer view and not rise to the bait, let's say, in terms of what might be a threat or a perceived threat. I did appreciate hearing from Jeff Lindgren regarding the Park Commission, and I understand that there is still concern. I would point out that the Santa Barbara County Courthouse lies in the city of Santa Barbara and is the city of Santa Barbara landmark. And we have no problem with the fact that we're a city landmark in that case. I would think there really should be no problem with a county park being a county landmark. And it really, we have gone to some extent to try and alleviate the concerns of the commission. There have been some small changes that are in the resolution since then. Even before then, however, we put in the resolution the fact that whatever we're doing in terms of protecting these historic resources will not interfere with the owner's reasonable use of the property and maintaining the park for recreational use. That we recognize from day one, that that's your mission, and we would not want to interfere with that. We just don't want it to be in conflict with County Code Chapter 18A, which is that part of the county code which directs us to try and protect historic resources. So we did, we all recognize that eucalyptus trees, for instance, don't live forever. And there are maintenance issues involved, and I'm acutely aware of that having been in the landscape business. So the original language regarding the eucalyptus trees speaks to the extent feasible. And since that meeting with the Park Commission, we have added and consistent with public safety. Because obviously you're going to have to maintain them in a way that's consistent with public safety. So those are things that specifically address that I think there's a very general concern of the Park Commission. In terms of legality of road improvements, we're not the place to bring up that discussion. That's something you would have to bring up before Board of Supervisors when there is, or Public Works, somehow they're the ones who are going to have to balance that. It's not our position, apart from seeking counsel from advice from county council, it's not our position to try and make sure that sort of old deed restriction is enforced. We try and enforce this minimal amount of regulation that we provide for. I think there are certainly reasons why members of the public would not want us to add number 5 here because of their concerns. However, to me, if this is what it takes to get the entire park, protected, I'd say it's a no-brainer. Because in fact, yes, this is rather broadly drawn, the way this is drawn, but what it means is Public Works has now been set aside. And when this goes to the Board of Supervisors, which it is going to do, this is going to go to the Board of Supervisors, our landmarking would only last for 90 days. They're going to ask for what is Public Works, and we can say, we have language that Public Works has approved to put in the resolution to address their concerns. And I think ultimately, whether we put this language in it or not, this will be balanced because the Board of Supervisors will have to balance what is perceived as public safety with protection of historic resources. So ultimately, that is going to be played out in terms of either at the Board of Supervisors or the Court of Public Opinion. You can bet if Public Works anticipates making radical changes to the front of Rocky Neck Park, that there will be people in the public that bring that issue forward. And those historic resources will be defended. Right? And In fact, it will actually only help them if we manage to get it designated in the short term. Okay. So I think if that's the sort of compromise that it takes, I'm going to take that compromise. How we deal with this unnatural man-made boulder pile, I don't know, we're hearing different things in that regard. I understand you could change the language so it says the unnamed natural man-made pile of boulders to make it clear that it's the piling of the boulders that way that we see as unnatural, and therefore we wouldn't want to protect that if that's not historic. I do think it's a good idea to, if we want to give that this point that we're not protecting it, to go ahead and call it out, put it on our old map, moving forward. I think we're probably okay with 5 not being specifically called out. It's just a generic sort of catch-all phrase, while the others are more specific. And every one of them, if you look at our site plan, actually has a symbol, a little symbol. So I'm all for changing old site plan to include the unnatural man-made pile of boulders. I think I would not want to have to wait for another memorandum of understanding between the city and the county. I would rather just drop out the small, and actually, for those of you who are looking, if you're not aware of what that is, the small triangle that's right in the middle there is the one that's the city's parcel. And when you look at our map here, all our maps, you can see there's no historic resources that are identified on that. So I have no problem with just dropping that out, expediting the processing by, once again, we can say, we've addressed the city's concerns, just as we've addressed public works concerns. Whether or not we want to address multiple debris flows in our language, that's fine with me if you want to make it flows, but then you're going to have to change has to have. Because it's a plural. So, Mr. Chair, I'm really very pleased that we're working on this today. And I think that actually some minimal revisions, we could have a resolution back before us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Decker. Who would like to go next? Commissioner Nelson, go right ahead.
Regarding that section 5 statement and the curbing. And I was just listening to Lance and say, I think if I'm correct, he said, leave it in there and the process will take care of itself if the curbing is in danger of being demolished. I generally agree, however, things happen out of context, and if an apartment defines a certain section and says, okay, hey, we can do whatever we want now, and then they do demolish it, and then it comes back and says, oh, we weren't supposed to do that for whatever reason, then it's done. It's gone. We need to save the history here, and that's part of what we're supposed to be doing on the Landmarks Commission, is saving historic landmarks. And sure, in general, the process might save it, because the curbing, if I'm correct in remembering, was the impetus for getting the landmark done. The rest of Rocky Park was never in danger, as far as I know. For say, it was the curbing and the straightening of the road. That was a whole issue that led to the landmark. So basically, this curbing is very important to be saved. Part of the history, and may be deteriorated, and someone might look at it and say, you know what? Yeah, this part of history we can do away with now because for interest of whatever else. And that's someone else's decision, but for us, we see it as a piece of history that needs to be saved. And we need to articulate that when another decision needs to be made about it on another scale. So I cannot totally agree with Lance's comments, but I do think something needs to be done. Revise the language in number 5 to exempt the curb, or at least have that discussion with the entity that wanted that phrase in there.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Who would like to go next? Commissioner Woodhouse?
Well, I can't restrain myself. I have to say that I'm sympathetic to Mr. Nolan's approach on this curve. So the curve is a remnant of something. It's not the complete curve that was there, but it is a remnant. So the question of preserving a remnant, you could preserve a remnant of stones in the middle of pavement if you wanted to and say, there they are. But then if you say, well, we want to preserve this remnant because of what it was before the roads were put in, and it's not, the roads aren't in there yet. We want to preserve the remnant of what was originally the curve to Rocky Mountain Park, so that people will have the opportunity to see what was there historically. This would be some kind of forensic reconstruction of the lost portions of the curve. So what I'm getting around to saying is that this is not the place for a solution. This is not the place for arriving at a decision. But I do think that the language of this number 5 should contain within it the process by which this becomes discussed, and is not just left up to various parties to either bypass or do whatever they want and then say, oh, no, whatever. I think there should be some hard language in there that refers to this curve remnant and how it's to be treated in some future process.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner Nye?
Thank you. Yes, the curbing is a remnant. It's not top-notch shape from an integrity standpoint. I am not convinced that even if we include G5 as written, I doubt that would still win over some of county staff to support. Perhaps Public Works will go ahead and support this. Probably the Parks Commission wouldn't. So there's that. An argument for deleting number G5 completely is takes us back to item 2A and B on page 2 of the resolution, where it specifically says that demolition, removal, or destruction, partially or entirely, of items that we determined significant is prohibited unless an application has been submitted to the Historic Landmarks Commission. B has similar language, no alterations, repairs, other than maintenance or repair. The including addition, restructure, and so forth, shall be made unless and until an application has been submitted to the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission. All of which is to say that any proposed roadwork that would impinge on that curbing and pathway would need to come before the commission for discussion. So I'm leaning toward removing item D5 rather than leave it in as a compromise item at this point. Secondly, regarding city parcel, there's something I'm kind of I err on the side of perfection often, and it just, something just doesn't sit well with me, is leaving a donut hole in the middle of our landmark. You know, I could be persuaded to leave that out, and I also share the concerns that we were going to have to negotiate a memo with the city to see that could set us back, like you said, months. So I don't know what the resolution is to this, and maybe just leaving that parcel out is the best way to go. Lastly, the boulder pile at the entrance, we don't view that as a historic resource. There are photos of the entrance to the new park. It opened in 1928, and there are photos from 1930 showing a very narrow entrance right after the bridge. And there is not one boulder to be seen in 1930. And there was a sign, but it was kind of a rustic sign, one pole with an arm on it. I don't remember what it says, parking in the park, probably. And there may have been another sign on the other side of the entry. But those boulders were put in there at some later date, my guess is the 1970s. And yes, there are ancient boulders. That doesn't make it a historic resource under our guidelines. So that's why we listed them separately in item G4. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner Snow, go right ahead.
I got involved with this resolution after Mr. Duncan had gone to the Parks Commission with our initial proposed resolution. And I do believe there was a lot of misunderstanding at that meeting, and it may be something the Parks Commission has currently made up to look at the current resolution. We have now worked, I was on the committee after Mr. Duncan with Mr. Ritosh and Dr. Nye, and I'm on this current one, and we have met several times with various county agencies, Public Works, Planning and Development, and the Parks Commission all together. I spent 25 years of my professional life as a mediator, so I really we were trying to resolve the issues between the agencies because it began to feel a bit like a turf war. Everybody was protected. We really have leaned over backwards trying to compromise, but still maintain our autonomy as to protect our historic landmarks in this town, resources in this town. So we did add 5, subsection 5. And we really, that was part of our attempt to compromise. And personally, I feel that it is broad and ambiguous. And there is, there is room to drive a huge truck through. But it's an attempt to compromise. And I would like the other agencies to respect our agency as we have respected yours, and our agency, our commission, and our job that is set forth in the county code. So the problem is if we don't have support, yes, we can bring it to the board of supervisors, and then it's on them whether they will resolve conflict between the agencies and the commission. But I'm not optimistic about that. I do think that there is a place for the public to get involved there, but I really would like to see something go through. It's been years, and it is, I agree, I too first went to Park in 1963. I spent a lot of my young life there. I live in my district, and I'm there frequently, and there have been changes. We are not trying to prevent any of the other agencies from doing things that we need, that are necessary, but we would like to be considered and our perspective incorporated in future decisions. And this is a means for us to protect our historic resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stone. So,
First, I want to say that I really appreciate the time taken in due diligence considerations taken by the subcommittee to really make sure that this does up to really make sure that everything is taken into consideration, that all players are taken into consideration. Otherwise, I really appreciate the engagement for the public, the passion for protection that we're seeing here and have been here for years on this. Part of what makes all of these areas of Santa Barbara such wonderful discussion. I must say I have some, I'm wrestling with this D5. Given that it is, as written, is deliberately broad, deliberately vague, in order to appease some of the agencies that I agree very much with what Commissioner Sir just said, that this is really, while it's not an ideal statement as written, it is a matter of compromising so that we can move forward with protecting historic elements of the property. Mr. Lehigh said that it is a well-loved park, it is an asset just the way it is. And I think that's, I think your statement about this feeling like a turf war is so apt, because this really is about everyone wants to care for this, everyone wants to protect it. Parks wants to protect it. Historic landmarks wants to protect it. I am convinced that there is a happy medium balance that can be found between protection of these historic assets and ongoing maintenance concerns. And I do want this discussion to be a reminder that historic landmark designation does not include maintenance and care of parks. curbing is obviously sort of a motivator here in terms of what Mr. Simon, I appreciate you offering to be available for questions on this. Yes. I don't know that you can answer this, or, but what would happen if something needed to happen to the roadway? How would public works actually protect this? I do think there needs to be something in here to address the fact that, yes, there are going to be maintenance projects, there are going to be safety projects. But there does need to be, this is all a reminder that there does need to be some level of consideration for the district. So while I'm hesitant to stall the process of further, I do think that that the wording still needs to be some massage so that there's compromise on both ends, so that everyone does feel comfortable that maintenance can occur, that protection does occur in the light of that. In terms of the city parcel, I would ideally like to see an MOU for inclusion in the resolution, so there isn't this really doesn't have protection. I also see that saying that there were not historic resources specifically identified. It's not an enormous concern, and I do see that it could get bogged down in the red tape of the process. Wondering if it makes sense while we're still wrestling with the rest of this to move that forward with the city. So in the interim, while everything else is being sorted out, forward. So that it's not, so it doesn't feel too messy. And as far as the 4D, hearing that Commissioner Duncan said that it would just say family highway holders. I don't see any reason that couldn't be included in the site plan, just like so that's really big. Really can't be a compromise reached where it is such a traffic. Against the resolution.
Your Commissioner.
And sorry, I missed my thought before about the single parcel, and I was just thinking, for simplicity purposes, yeah, maybe you want to leave it out. Because if you leave it in, sure, it's, the county is running it for the next 50-some years. And I think it's part of the landmark for the next 50-some years. However, just leave it out. They'll probably still be protected in the next 50-some years anyway, just being a part of it. I cannot picture it in my mind what it looks like specifically. I'm familiar with Rocky River, with Rocky Park. However, I don't see it as a danger if we leave it out. Landmark language. However, say we want to keep it in. And hopefully I'm correct me if I'm wrong. But I look at it as the lease is not renewed in 2073, then it'll just revert back to the city anyway. And if it's part of our landmark county, legally, if it reverts back to the city, it's just in our language, but the city still has control in 2073. So it's not really a big issue. That's part of the understanding of it. It kind of goes with like city of Goleta. We have landmarks within the city of Goleta before the city of Goleta, but the city of Goleta owns them now, so we still have them as a landmark, but legally they're in control. That's kind of the same context, I think. If I'm wrong, correct me, please.
Any more commissioner comments?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Commissioner Knapp.
Unless you would like to.
Okay, Commissioner Knapp.
Yes, I would point out that with all this discussion about the curve, et cetera, and being so worried, that they would be able to do something without our having to approve it, they're gonna have to deal with SEQA. And we've already pointed out in that part of the resolution to be one, that it's a character defining element. So even though we've said you're not subject to the conditions of, that are there, the condition that they have to come back to us, we have called it out as a character defining element, and they will have to deal with SEQA. In terms of the island of the city owns in the center, the city and the county entered into this agreement because it was mutually beneficial for both of them. Because the city wanted a pumping station and the county was happy to give them the site for it. Because it would allow them to have the park uninterrupted without a pumping station set in the middle, which wasn't a good location for the pumping station. So the fact that this lease, which was dependent on $1 or something like that, is going to lapse at some particular time, I don't think that should be a cause to concern for us. I think the reason why most documents like that are written that way are so that you can potentially renegotiate them at that period of time. If the balance of the benefits between the two parties is some change, it's changing somewhere. So I really don't think that there's much likelihood the city's going to do anything different with that, because it's probably going to still need a pumping station where it is. So I really don't have much concern with dropping it out of our resolution. It would bring within Rockingham Park, and whatever the city tried to do with it, that the neighbors would be very concerned about it. So I really think it's a red herring in terms of future concerns. And I think in terms of expediting that process, we're much better off not getting ourselves held up with that. Also, having worked with this a number of years and put a lot of energy in it, don't let the seeking perfection get in the way of you attaining a major step. That's something that I would suggest that we would be wise to appear that we have talked to the other parties involved and we've attempted to accommodate them. Thank you,
Commissioner Knapp.
Thank you. I really appreciate Commissioner Duncan's comments. And regarding to the city-owned property. But I'll remind the commission that the city is very concerned about, as rightly so, about water supply. And one of the reasons they have that parcel is it's right next to the creek and we're in a drought. And we don't know what the city is planning, and who knows? They don't know what they're planning, but let's say they want to put a well on that parcel. If it was literally part of our nomination and designation, we have a little more say in what happens. As it is, since the designation would surround that little plot, we would probably have some reason, excuse to object. But and it's possible they could build a pumping station for water and put a nice building around it, and we all live with it, and they'd have every right to do that. And who's to say that they wouldn't? But no, saying all that, I was just what I thought about, since it is their concern is with water supply.
Thank you very much.
So just a clarification, yes, I'm so sorry, I might have misunderstood. That parcel, is that city owned and the county was leasing it, or is it county owned and the city leasing it?
It's city owned, the small triangle you see in the middle is city owned. And in 1974, they did a agreement with the county so that the city could do a pumping station. But that is city owned. But it's the Parks Department of the county in the agreement is operating, managed.
County pumping station.
It's a city pumping station on, behind the county,
Okay.
the fire department on Quigley Road.
Right, okay.
And that's on county land. So that's the agreement. The city wanted a pumping station on county land.
This is something different. Wait,
So
who owns it? Who owns like,
this is.
The triangle is city.
city?
Because it's county owned, and the city has the animal, I mean, has the.
The fire station you see above, where the city pump station is, that's county. So the city wanted a pumping station on county property. So they made the agreement, that they would allow the county to use their city property. And it's changed to the pumping station.
Okay, the triangle
Is
city,
city.
okay, that's what I got.
During the agreement, member of understanding is the county is Parks Department is able to maintain this property.
So what do you think would be, like the amount of time that would be necessary if we didn't, instead of leaving it out and we did try to, have them or you with the city regarding that fine? Would it really delay us a lot, or do you think that it could be expeditious?
I think it would delay several months at least. I'm not clear what would be in the MOU at this point either.
And do you see any problem if we did not include that APN within this? Because we are county, and if that city would.
I don't see any legal problem with not including it.
Let's move on. Now, first of all, Commissioner, no comments? Okay. So I guess I will do my comments. I'll start with small stuff first. The 3D4 about the pile of boulders. Pauline Cons, if you go through the letter, she sent a really nice letter that had specified that. And I do like the wording that is in there that says she put in, change it to the man-made pile of natural boulders. And I think that would be, instead of how it's worded, it is currently worded the unnatural man-made boulder pile. And I think the man-made pile of natural boulders makes more sense. And so I would recommend insert that into our language. I'm not sure on the map, though, we won't be able to use new. But that's something we could work out. But I think it's clear, and I appreciate the wording that she put. Everything else kind of revolves on, this city parcel. I think since there are no landmarks, in that little folder, in that city parcel, I think it's easier to just keep it out for the resolution. The original resolution that came to us really did not have that included, that little triangle. If there was something historically significant, then I would really be fighting to include that. But since there is none, I liked what Commissioner Duncan said, that it's going to stay that way till 2073 about, and they'll be up for negotiations then. And I really don't think there's a lot of potential that we have to worry about in that plan. parcels. So I think it'd be easier just to move forward. We've been spending 6 years on this and spend another couple of years on a parcel that lives have landmarks on it. I would think it'd be easier just to take it out. That's my personal opinion. Okay, getting to D5. At the last meeting we had in February 2019, we go through the minutes, which I did. I was very, very adamant that we needed to move forward, take a stand, and take it to the county board of supervisors as is, and let them decide. I felt that at that time, well, we need to stand up for what our purpose is as a Historic Landmarks Commission. And if they defeat it, they defeat it. I really changed my mind. I think this park is so important, and I'm not going to go into the reasoning now. That's something we'll do when I talk about the Iowa landmark, because we're talking about this resolution. But I really want to get this through, and I really feel that if we don't compromise, this is the first time we've had a county agency. And by the way, they did send a letter of support. It's not just through that email I said. In your packet of letters, there is a letter from the Public Works signed by Chris Stedman that he supports this resolution as written at the moment. And I feel that if we take this out, it's going to be doomed again at the supervisor. We had word last time that county board of supervisors, whatever district it's in, they have the main sway with the other supervisors. This is first district, Commissioner Williams, Supervisor Williams, and I feel that they really like to see compromise. And I have a feeling if we don't compromise, we will not have a historic landmark for road. Because once they say no, there's no way of going back. And so I don't know for sure, but so I've changed my mind, and I really think that we have worked with them. They have worked with us. They came back with this wording. Like has been mentioned again, Commissioner Duncan said it very well, that it is still in our resolution. Stone curving is still in there. So if they, 10, 15 years, finally come back with a proposal for White Mission Canyon, it's going to go through all the same process of public comments, public meetings. Then at that time, it be brought up. But if we can get the rest of the park as a historic landmark, is so important to me that I'm willing to give up a little something to be able to have the whole thing made as a historic landmark. That's what I have here. And so that's my stand on that. I really feel that we should keep the wording as is. I'm not. If it's taken out, I'll probably still support the resolution, but I don't think it has a chance to pass unless we keep something in. So those are my comments. I guess the question is next, should we send this to the subcommittee to go over what we discussed, or should we do actual straw votes on some of these things now? Just give the subcommittee the direction. We all kind of, I was keeping a totality for as far as D5, it's almost split down the middle. So I'm not sure exactly. Some of the comments were kind of either way. So if someone could help me with direction.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go right ahead.
I don't think you necessarily have to send this back to the subcommittee. I think you're at this level already. If you're concerned that there may not be complete agreement, one way is when you bring this resolution back, you actually bring back two resolutions. One that's got 5, and one that doesn't have 5. And then we'll see what when it comes down to a vote, you'll see what the vote is. So that's one way. In terms of the assessor's partial vote, I think if we want to eliminate the city, I think on the front page, we take it off 002, it's not listed amongst the assessors there. And then all we have to do on our last page, where we're talking about 5, assuming 5 stays, there would be 6. And it would say APM, list the number, owned by the city. And the top of that says the following features of Rockingham Park. Well, it's not a feature of Rockingham Park, but you could say the following features and parts of Rockingham Park. And then we would be able to list that APM number there. And I think it would be clear enough that we're not including the city's parcel.
So just to be clear, a little clear on this. So you would take the parcel 2 out of the preamble of the resolution. And you would add a two as an item number 6 to the end, in which the, just so I'm clear on the wording of this, that
It's to make it clear to the city that their parcel is not included in the limit.
Because we are talking about Rockingham Park and wording, so that parcel is part of Rockingham Park, so we need to distinguish that we're not including that parcel in the historic land, even though it's part of the park.
So that means that the city can build a waterworks there, they can put a fence around the property and so forth without.
Not time, because what I understand, and this goes to county council, is the county has a 99-year lease to run it for the park, so the city can't do anything until the end of the 99-year lease.
Well, who was to prevent a lease of a lessee or other owner from building a fence around that property?
Well, the county parks department has a 99 memorandum of understanding to operate that parcel within the Rockingham Park. So the city really has no say over that parcel for 99 years, is the way I understand it. Once that 99 years is up, they either have to renegotiate or the city will have back control of that parcel and can do it.
So
Now, that is my own layman's.
I just think about time will come when either the lessee or the owner will assert its property rights. And they could very easily build a fence. And if that happens, there's just one little point of contact between the large parcel to the north and the large parcel to the south. The rest is all open landscape and it's off the historic trail. So I'm just concerned about the bottleneck.
Well, there's no roadway to that parcel at all. The roadway that goes up, I believe, well, it ends right there. There's actually no road of that. So I don't see that concern me.
When we walked the park many years ago, we stood at that corner, and we said, this, I mean, we all looked around and said, so this is the corner of this big thing. And it was, I didn't realize it was just that the other parcel was only 20, 30 feet away. I don't know what the distance is here between the parcel and the corner and the city owned parcel. I'm not opposing what you're saying, just and now again, perfection is out of the question. But I'm worried about the long view, what happens in the long view.
Mr. Chair. I think that's such a long view and so conjectural, we don't have to worry about it. And particularly, so long as there is a city pumping plant at the top on county land, they will have incredible leverage with whatever the city wants to do with that little triangle that up until this point of time, they haven't felt that they can do anything.
Yeah, one last thing about item number 5 there, because I remember you, in your comments, you were saying that you're not sure how they're defining that broad language. If just like we're kind of defining it as the curve, are they doing that, or is it a more broader thing that we can address and everything's good? But definition was, well, we reserve the right in that language to move or remove that curbing, then we gotta challenge it. But if not, that's not a concern of theirs, that they will promise, quotes, to keep it intact, then we have no challenge. Being the chair, you mentioned that you're not exactly clear on how they define it. I think it would be good to get that definition clear regarding the curbing.
By the way,
Am I making sense?
yeah, because the way I was mentioning this, just like what Commissioner Duncan mentioned, because we do have the curbing mentioned in the resolution. So item 5 is very general. If they decide to, you know, someone mentioned the 4-lane road through Mission Canyon, and decide to just do that, they would have to deal with C4, like you mentioned, with the curbing being in store.
I get it.
And then that would get to the point of, you know, there's mentioned years ago about what Santa Barbara did downtown with the city. Where the stone walls are and the streets go across it. I mean, there's all these conceptual things that we're not even there yet.
Well, okay, well, that might be concerning a big project, but in the realm of maybe like general maintenance or so, and somebody interprets that, well, okay, well, this piece of rock is in the way of our general maintenance, so we're just gonna remove it, and have it be part of the curb. That's something to be concerned about. I don't know,
No, I agree, but I agree with that. I don't mind this discussion, but I agree with that. If you've noticed on Mission Canyon, they have the pathways all been nice and paved, but if walking the park, it ends because they're afraid that they might be paving over the historic, which they should be concerned. Especially when we do pass this, because historic curbing will be in this resolution. I don't think they will think that they have the rights to just pave over a walkway without going to comments, because it is considered, if this gets passed, it's in the resolution as a historic feature.
okay, I'm just thinking maybe 20 years in the future, this language, somebody sees, okay, we're empowered by this paragraph, this statement that says, okay, well, this area is free reign for us because we need to do some general normal maintenance on this area. And the person who's 20 years from now is not a part of these discussions, doesn't know anything. Okay, then we can remove this or maybe grind this thing down to make it more flat or some, you know, unknown reason. That's what I'm concerned about.
So there is a concern. I agree with that. Okay. Any more questions? So what's next? We need to move on.
Well, I think I agree with Mr. Duncan that we
Come back with 2 resolutions.
come back with 2 resolutions. And that we should make those revisions that we discussed. I think we're all pretty much in agreement on and settle it at the next meeting.
I think that would be the easiest way to go.
We did say something that I wanted to query. So if we put a resolution to the board and the board declines to honor the resolution, we can't come back?
That has been what I heard the last time. They haven't done. If we approve a resolution, the board of supervisors have 90 days to approve it. If they do not approve it within 90 days, it does. And I was under the understanding that it could not come back. That could be, this was a couple of years ago, so county council.
I'm not aware of that, but I will research that.
Okay. I know there's the 90-day period. It has to be, if it doesn't get to the board of supervisors 90 days after it says chair, I sign the document. It dissolves.
So maybe we do need to have like a straw poll, really, to see, because I'm afraid if we come back with 2 resolutions And,
Well, the idea is we come back with 2 resolutions, we can decide then which one we'd like better.
okay, and we
Or
can.
come back with a compromise between the 2. I mean, there's all these options that we can do, because it's until we finally vote on a historic landmark, that is when the clock ticks before to go to the board of supervisors. Yes, yeah, it has to be submitted and get on the agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
in the unlikely event that one of us might have an epiphany after this meeting about words, language, content, I'd say unlikely. But can we forward this language to some neutral party and have it be disseminated for consideration?
What was the best way? Was it a subcommittee? I mean,
Or to put it on
the
the
chair, since
November.
I brought it, this.
To the sub-
Then it was time if we put it on November instead of October, because we're gonna be running that 90 days with all the holidays. So we may wanna, if we do it in October, then like within the 90 days, then.
Oh, yeah, well,
Yeah, it's so maybe.
I mean, I was assuming that we'd bring this back to the next month's meeting, discuss the different resolutions, and we still would have to bring it back to actually do the vote later. We would not do it the same night. It's gonna be like today, it's gonna take a long time to decide what we want to do. It has to be redrafted with whatever input we want, and then come back so the public.
So there's still time for epiphanies.
Yes, and I would say you send it to me, and then I would think that the subcommittee should go over it and help me. I need help with the drafting of this proposed resolution.
Assuming one of the drafts that we will consider at the next meeting is everybody likes, then we approve it then.
If you think, I would be all for
Yeah, I
that.
think that was.
I mean,
one
the
of
agenda item, like even today, mentioned the nomination of Rockingham Park. So, it's worded that we could right now vote on Rockingham Park as a historic landmark. But we're not, because we haven't figured out a resolution of everyone. Does that make sense? No?
That was my understanding of this meeting.
Okay.
I thought we couldn't vote.
Actually, probably could. I mean, the wording of the, we're just not ready. We're not ready. Okay, so as chair, I'm making a decision. I'm going to be coming back with 2 resolutions for the next meeting, which will be next month. And we will go over those and make a decision on the final resolution. Hopefully, we'll make a decision on the final resolution at that meeting. And we will go from there.
And any brainstorms that any of us want to pass along to you as far as wording,
Yes, please.
send them to you.
Send them to me. That would be the best. Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you, public, for coming today. We really appreciate it. And all of those letters of the people that didn't come today, physically, we really appreciate it. Okay, that just agenda item is finished. Let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back. And we have a big agenda still, so make it at 12:40, only 10 minutes, and back to the room. Thank you.
Well,
So Jonathan, we have to be up by
you have to stay.
That's what I thought.
Okay, our attendance is up. I'm going to call back to order. Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission for September 12th, 2022. And we'll move on to our next item, which is agenda item 9. Loans, art operations. The County Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission will review and private comments on the changes for 1097 Golf Road in Montezuma Planning Area, and it's in the first solar district. So this is an item that we have looked at in the past, and it's coming back to us. We asked for a few more clarifications on certain items. So we want to go ahead and just, it's a continuance, so the planner is not here today, right?
No, but she's in the Zoom meeting.
She's in the Zoom meeting, okay. Should we have the planner do a little overview again?
Sure. Kathleen, if you're there.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Great, Kathleen, can you do a overview of this project for us, please?
Yes, certainly. Good afternoon. This project is for 1097 Gulf Road. It was previously heard on July 11th, of this year. So the house is built in 1917 by Francis T. Underhill, and it exhibits both classical and arts and crafts elements. The proposed project deals with some site modifications and interior and exterior remodeling. So we were asked to bring it back to you guys for some additional plans and details, photos, and updated description. Also, the historic report has been revised. It was found, the historic report did find that this property does retain architectural significance at the place of historic merit level. And that also the suggested changes would not result in significant historic resource, will not result in significant impact to the historic resource itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I guess we'll move on to the architects probably keep over. I know we have some new drawings to look at from the last time. So I guess the next step would be to go over the drawings with us. Okay, and you can step up to the microphone or turn on the microphone. That'd be great. Thank you.
And I have a plan on the screen over here. So it was like directed towards which one you prefer to.
Oh, all right. Perhaps some of the questions that you had before related to the courtyard, that you didn't have an adequate sense of what the existing courtyard looked like. And so we sent some additional photographs as well. So I don't know, maybe we want to start with that just to get you familiar with the building. So I would think to give us. Photograph. I mean, they're not, it's not on the plan, it's photographs that were additionally. Oh, okay.
Page 20 of the historic report. Tells 4 pictures of the interior courtyard. This is the last. Page 20 of the report.
Page 20.
So it's where it's
On page
go one more page if you would.
One more down.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, so if you will notice, we weren't really clear about what existed there, and you can see in the top, left photograph that there, that's one of the 2 corners that has the entry canopy on it, that we actually think that, and also the one below shows it sort of better, where you'll see the center window that is in the south facing wing, and one of the corner entries that has this canopy. And we think that that canopy was probably added because there were water problems experienced in the history of this building. And it's just not really in keeping with the rest of the house. And then you will see as well, actually looking east, that elevation shows the canopy on the east side, as well as a pair of French doors that are onto the courtyard, and the single door. And what we're proposing there is to eliminate that French door that's under the canopy, and to take that single door, which you will see there's one looking east and looking west. There's that single door on the elevation of the courtyard. And those single doors, we are proposing to replace those with a three-part door that's similar. And that where we have the looking south, that window will have the five panel doors to a patio that then would have a trellis over it. And each of instead of the wood canopy that's there now, we're proposing a steel canopy over the doors. And the looking north, that elevation of the water remains the same. So I don't know if so that's just to keep you up to date with those photographs. And then there may have been an issue of not understanding exactly what was happening in the garden. And those photographs are on the garden structure that exists on page 25. So it's in very bad shape. But what we are proposing is to restore the back part of the wall, keep that there, and remove the pond and the benches, those parts of the wall. And so this is the photograph of what it looks like. And then you'll see the south lawn looking to the west, and we're really not proposing any changes other than putting this swimming pool. It will be, right in front of where the garden is. But we can get back to looking at those on a plan, but just so you have a sense more of what that looks like. We feel that you saw before. And I also sent to Kathleen more photographs than are here. And
Yes, and I do have those photographs.
I mean, maybe we want more detail.
I'm not sure whether or not in the box, but I do have those photographs. If there was a way to display them, I'm not sure.
Make you a co-host, you can share your screen if you like.
I don't know if they would like to see them. I mean, they're captured with these photographs, but if you would like to see them on person. But if not, then we could go to page A5 and just get an overview from the city. On the architectural drawings, A5. And that shows, the courtyard, where we're doing some changes in the courtyard. You can see the courtyard from various vantage points that we're probably making it simpler in some ways. Is that
Yeah. Oh, sorry. We're just planning to have some olive trees in the courtyard, see the trellis, which you can see, and the canopies are, over each of the doors. And you can see that also from the angle just below to the right. There's 3 smaller views, and it's the one in the middle that would show sort of looking toward the trellis. There would be it will have gravel in the courtyard, and then kind of limestone pavers for the walkways, and not chosen, but water feature or water well in the center, and a patio outside the door from the trellis. And the single doors on each side will be now 3 panels, and they are currently all wood. We choose to replace them with metal doors, metal glass, and we think that we have this. The owner really does love this courtyard, and wants to preserve the sense that the architect had of it's just being so sort of stripped down and simple, and everything, perhaps it's even simpler now with the elimination of those sort of clumsy corner panels, to have it just the overhangs and a very, very thin trellis, and well, we're converting that window into a door so that it's just more open to the house, and replacing those single doors with triple doors, because we're previously, I think that part, especially on the western wing, that was more of a service wing, and there wasn't really a need to have that much lighting. But now, you know, they would like to have light, but they're limiting just to that, 3-panel door, which maintains the sort of integrity of the simple wall. It's just a simple cut. Presently, the doors have a lintel, but that lintel, I think, is not original either, because it's a cast concrete lintel, and it probably got put in because of the water damage that we had. It had become difficult, and we are not proposing to have put a lintel. We're proposing to put the steel canopies over there, because we think that better, and it looks lively. So that's the sort of the essence of the courtyard. And I hope I clarified what is existing and the intention of the materials. There are existing materials on it's grass and brick of various types that we sit currently. But the owner prefers to have, instead of grass, gravel and planting and limestone pavers, some kind of step. So that's the courtyard change. Now, the other change that we will be making, which is, I guess, in addition, is the terrace or deck. There used to be one there, but because of some foundation problems, they demolished this. And so we're proposing this new deck in the back, and it has will all be mixing concrete block and plaster, similar to the house. And the doors there's currently 3 doors, and now we're proposing more doors, and that converting windows to doors that come out from the living room onto the step. And because of the distance, we sort of terraced this down get so steep to get down. It's a while to get down, because they're very interested in having. And the wall that will become, we will just leave the wall where it is, and it will become a backdrop for the pool. And we'll have to rebuild that because it is falling down. And then the pool equipment, we will take the element, it's very simple, just concrete with metal doors, and those will be similar to the kind of doors that we have, the gates that we have in the front wall, which you can see at the top. For the front of the house. And then we have the western side, which currently has, and you can see the existing, maybe we should go to the elevations on page. And you can see under the west elevation, what is presently there. And I think that was probably added to in the 50s because of John's Studios. And so this is essentially the only exterior elevation except that courtyard that we're changing. And then if you move to, just go to page 3, and that will show you what we are proposing on the western elevation. And we're taking that same door that we have on the courtyard and bringing it onto the west elevation. And also there is a casement window to the right. The other window that says P on it is.
Excuse me, we're looking at the existing.
No, there,
Which one would you want us to look at?
A3, I want to look at the proposed.
Okay,
Sorry.
so switch back to the proposed. Yeah.
So on the proposed, again, west elevation is the one that is changing other than the courtyard and the deck elevation. The 3-panel doors are similar to the ones in the courtyard. And they, to the left of the door, there's an existing wood window which will remain. The window that's to the far left is a proposed, we're proposing to put an existing window which we're removing from, actually you can see where that I have proposed deck facing west. That window was in that elevation before. And so we're proposing to take that window out and put it on the west elevation. So it will be in the stucco, whereas and will then be the same in that room. And sort of that you might be able to see that. You really can't see this from the street at all, except for perhaps that window. So it will be the same as the wood window that's on the north elevation at the front of the house. And then the existing window in the dining room to the far right on the west elevation will remain. And then back on you see the terraces of the new den. Then let's see. I guess we can look at A4, which we didn't look at last time, which is an elevation of the front wall in front of the property. And it's 5 feet or 4 feet. See, that's the dimension there. And then the gate goes as high as 8 feet. It's a very simple iron or steel gate. And will slide. So that's pretty much that.
where all of the changes that we made, I included these photographs of other underhand projects, because I think that all of the proposals we have are pretty much in keeping with Underhill's other work, and that he would have done something similar to this, if, you know, they have preferred. And so, that's what these photographs are for. And then, I just forgot. Oh, yeah, on page 6, we talked about, a little bit about the lights in the doors and the breakouts in the windows. And so what I've done here is I've shown you the differences. And I do think that when we compare the existing windows, which are on the 2 wings, in the, on each side of the that I think that the larger colors actually look better than the smaller. And so that's for you. So I think I covered most of everything that we changed, and yeah.
Thank you very much. Again, I forgot to mention this at the beginning. Has anyone did any site visits to this, or is there any reason why they need to step down from this presentation? Hearing that, okay. That's how it works. So let's move on to questions to the applicants from commissioners. Commissioner Duncan?
One thing I did notice is that you're retaining that garden wall, right now you're eliminating the fountain and the benches.
That's right.
Okay. You did provide us with a picture showing that there's some structural issues. Is this gonna involve having to rebuild?
It is.
But you're not because there's not enough room to move.
Yeah, it's that, well, there are also issues with that, structural issues with that, as well as plumbing issues. And they do very much want to have the swimming pool there, so it's sort of the space that they want to put the swimming pool in, the pond or pool is there. I think that you can see that on
The fountain element in front of
the
the
fountain
wall.
element, yeah. So instead of the little pond, we have to look at you can tell where the wall is, and then the pool will be going into that. There really will be enough room for us, and that's pretty much the only place.
Thank you. I've got some questions for the historian.
Well, let's continue. Any questions there? I have one question. It's back to the wall. What was the reason to take the seating out? Because I was just thinking, gosh, with the pool, it'd be nice to have a little seating bench there in front of the pool.
Well, because it really goes into the area that the pool that they would want to build.
Okay, so space wise.
Yeah, yes, in terms of space. And I just think that when they, I mean, it would have to really take it all apart and build it completely in order to build the pool.
So the question then is, when you build this wall, it's going to be in the exact same position, or are you moving it?
No, it's in the exact, I mean, it's in the same position.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Commissioner Fuji.
I just want to clarify, so when you're talking about rebuilding the wall, you're talking about actually just restoring it in place?
Yeah, I'm technically not sure about the terminology, but I think it would be, I think there's a photograph that shows it, and they would have to, you know, they would have to probably get down and really get to the level of the foundation to rebuild that, and so then they would restore it in the sense that it will look the same as it did initially Probably, it'll have to have all, so.
I have some questions about existing and proposed elevations. At worksheet 3E, which is an existing exterior elevation. And then looking at another sheet, 3, which just says proposed. And then I'm looking at a sheet 4, which says proposed. Section. So, in the
Benjamin, can I
existing,
speak talking to the microphone? Thank you.
sorry, there.
Yes.
I understand that this house has 2 elements: the board back siding and stucco. And the stucco walls in the existing have no detail top. It's just modern.
Right, well, there have been some instances where there is some, and I think that's also water. But initially probably wasn't, like you see on the courtyard installation.
Well, I'm looking at existing, and I see courtyard, for the courtyard, it's like no detail,
Yeah, well,
except outside.
yeah,
And then I'm
Yes.
seeing on the north elevation of the building, I'm seeing a little detail parapet, not a parapet. And then another detail strip on that side. And then it turns the corner west, and then we change materials to the board and back.
right.
And the board and back has a parapet and then it has a molding or trim at the top. And then we go around and see more of the same. So now when we go to, that's existing.
Well, wait, the board bed does not have a parapet, it's.
It just has a
It's a
trim.
shed, I mean, it's a,
Trim piece.
that, okay.
What is that?
Well, see, there's 2 different ways the roof is handled. The board, with the wood bed. And
What is this?
this one has a trim at the top.
Trim, a 2 by.
I'm not sure if looks like it's like 2 by 8.
So
2 by
the
6.
backs go up and stop at the trim.
Yes.
Okay. So anyway, that's, so then we move to the next one. This is called post. And we see outside, and the courtyard is now trimless. But the north elevation has these little trims and boards. So then we go to the west, and we see that the trim piece that we just described has been removed. And that happens again on the south elevation. The trim is removed from the elevations that have board that side. I'm just
Yes,
noticing
yes.
the drawings. And then again, on the next one down, it says east elevation, the left-hand side, no trim. So I'm just wondering about, what we're looking at, how are we going to be consistent?
I'm sorry, that, all of that trim that exists on the existing exterior elevation remains on that.
So then, moving back to E4, which has a site section, and then it has the 2 elevations of the guest house. And I'm looking at, again, the board and back elevation, and then there's a white strip above that.
Yes, it is different. I think if you look at the photographs in the report of that, you'll see that the border back is quite different. And then it's sort of inset.
I don't have those pictures. I don't have any of those pictures. Okay. So this is a plaster fascia. at the top of the board that
Yes,
site.
yes, it is.
And the plaster fascia has a mold trim piece.
Yes,
And so when we're looking at the garage, we're seeing the garage doors and the plaster surround.
Yeah.
We go to the left and to the right, and it changes to a plaster fascia to more back, down below. And we go to the back of the building, same thing, plaster fascia toward the back.
yes,
And I assume that the detail of the top of the plaster fascia and it's the same one that you see at the picture.
yes.
And so the low elevation of the garden wall restoration. So you are going to knock that down and rebuild it exactly as it is now.
That is,
Pillars and roof.
yes.
And so you did not, ever thought of making that modern like the rest of the building?
Well, I didn't, I mean,
I mean,
I mean,
that's just a question, I think.
no, I would have, I mean, but there was kind of a wish to preserve that. So that is
Which didn't cost you, you know,
from,
Vision.
yes,
this one.
because I don't think it's like the house at all.
Those are my questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have one follow-up question I forgot to ask is on the new deck in the south, above the pool. On the drawings, there's going to be no railings. It's just going to be flat cement and then just drops off the side.
Can you say that again? I didn't catch the very.
Yeah, on the back, that's A5 drawings. And it's the deck before it goes down the steps down to where the new pool will be. It's just going to be, there's no railings, is that? how I
Well,
see it?
there, you see where that line is? That's actually, the railing is a block railing with stucco.
Oh, okay. I
It's
see
a
it
wall.
now. Okay, thank you very much.
I
That
mean,
was my request.
hopefully that line won't be there.
Thank you. That clarifies it. Any more questions? So now we have questions for, I'm sorry.
No, my question is for the historian.
Okay, so let's move on to questions of the historian. We'll start with Mr. Knapp.
My question to my colleague, the historian, did those two porches that the architect referred to as canopies, do those appear in the current photos, the old ones that we looked at?
No, there's no area that is, that's a fair enough picture of surrounding lawn and garden, very frustrating. So, no, I didn't see those. And, I looked, but,
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Duncan, you have questions?
Yes. One, there were two things that were somewhat at odds in your revised report. Thank you for revising it. One is you showed us this remarkable signature. Can you tell us about that?
yeah, and in fact, architect brought the piece, into the decision here. So this, I'll show you. So this is, so it looks, it's a piece of casing that looks like it came from under sort of long window plastic.
Yeah, I'm sure that's.
And
the-
there are several things interesting about it. One is that you can see the color of the paint. So,
And this was painted.
which is a little bit unfortunate, particularly the choice of color, it seems to me, but so it was painted, but not the color. But now I'm noticing some white paint underneath. So I was being sort of vindicated by, yes, that might have been the original color of to me it's overweight. Right? But the best part about it is if you flip it, then you see, I don't know if you see there, but Francis T. Underhill, Santa Barbara. Yeah, so.
We all would like to kiss them. Kiss the road. Kneel and kiss.
So. Yeah. Quite a bit, and, we must have taken this off, but kept it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think they match the pink color.
Yeah, and it's from the.
Oh.
I don't know what the name of it is.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that in today.
It's too bad, I mean, they took all that really bad off. The last ordinance, and have cleaned down instead of.
Okay, so let's move on.
It's like it's not as much.
I'm asking questions. So the format today is natural.
It's, yeah, it's something.
Commissioner Natasha,
Right here.
I apologize. No problem.
So
I'm
to
excited
that,
when I saw that too.
yeah, and it's makes me much more comfortable, I mean, because I was, just uncomfortable claiming confidently that the house was designed by the proof, this is true of other, this is kind of inside baseball, true of other places around where there's a place on Ortega Ridge where it was thought to be an underhill, my colleagues, and posted 10 days of time, don't think it is, for reasons they argue in a separate report. And so it was nice to, when I thought this piece didn't exist, and when Gretchen said that it did, I'm like, I want to see it physically, so she brought it in for us all to see, which I thought was cool. So, yeah.
So what I was asking about. Yeah. Before, you, underneath the attribution, you said it was designed by the, now it says likely design. In the revised version of the report.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And the other thing, I saw how you had totally reorganized your analysis of the impacts of the changes.
Yes.
So that on page 10 of your report now, it really goes into detail comparing them to the different standards. And so you've got a whole lot of different bullets here about the things that are going to happen. But one thing that I was looking for were the changes to the west elevation. I can see there's a reference to the west patio, but I can't see changing the windows and the doors on the west elevation. Now, I suspect I know your answer. That's because there's not a significant impact because those were not historic.
Right, but yeah.
But I want to confirm that.
Yes, I definitely confirm that. I'm sure that those weren't in there, like they should be. And it could be the kind of pasting I was doing that I just didn't paste. So I apologize for that. But I definitely would support the changes that the architect suggested because those, I think
The changes will make it more compatible.
yes, and actually unify those. Exactly, yeah. That southwest elevation, I think, was done mistreated by previous changes. Things like that. Yeah.
Okay. That's all I wanted to ask.
Thank you, Commissioner. questions?
Could I say something else?
Yes, go ahead.
I wanted to also point out to you that you asked a great question last time about the division of lights in the windows and doors that were she's planning to replace with metal sashing. And I included those photographs of Solana and far field. I just wanted you to see, it was a great question, and I looked into it, and I think that you see there, particularly on page 29, with the detail of the Solana interior gallery, that couple of points. There seems to be, looking at those other properties, Underhill was fine with using both wood and metal sashing in the same building. And it looks to me like the divisions in the metal sash windows are a little larger, just to support it. So I think that, to your question, I think that this suggests at least that it is compatible with his practice at the time. So I think you pointed out that I took the question to heart and tried to.
I can see that both you and the architect took my question to heart, showing us what the different types of lights would look like. And I appreciated the picture extension.
No further questions? So we'll move to public comments. Do we have?
If you'd like, I can send you a recording of today.
Oh, all right, thank you, that's perfect.
Last time I pointed out how thrilled I was to see this house. And as an example of Underhill's work, it's quite unique. And not many of us would attempt to create a hybrid in this style. So I really appreciate that as you look at the revisions to this house, you're keeping those important elements in mind, and trying to maintain the integrity of the stucco versus the board and batten, and these really simple geometric elements. And thank you for providing the additional pictures of the courtyard. I think it was really, we obviously think that's an area where he was making a public statement. Not every member of the public would have seen it. And so it gives us a much better understanding of what exists now, and also you've given us more documentation about what you proposed. So in regard to the courtyard, I'm comfortable with now what's proposed there. And I do know there were questions about the canopies and how modern they look. However, I'm of the opinion that these are about as minimalist as you can get. Okay, so that they do not add clutter to the strong geometric forms. And I have to think that those previous canopies look a little tacky and cluttered. They're the geometric forms. So I'm now comfortable with that. In terms of the steel and wood, once again, thanks for showing us the other examples of Underhill's work. And obviously, some of these are seeking to show a different style of architecture and ornamentation. But I can see elements where it's clear he was comfortable with the larger paintings, and also with some of them being a bit more horizontal. So now I don't take issue with the horizontality and the more modern feeling that you have in
what is proposed. In terms of the front walls and the treatment of the other elements, their secondary nature and the fact that they're not as important, I think make those changes there compatible with the architecture we want to preserve. I can see why you might not want to preserve all artificial garden foliage in the back. It certainly doesn't fit in the physical sense. It is a little strange when you look at the modernity of the rest of it. But I think actually it's a good reminder as to the historical nature of the site. Otherwise, we might believe that, this actually just came out of the 70s. That is the way some of the exterior of the house is going to be, apart from those unique board and bathroom features. So I'm comfortable now with what's proposed there, especially since this is in a rear area and not seen as publicly prominent. So thank you for the attention to detail and providing us with the additional information and letting us see Francis Underhill's signature.
Okay, who'd like to go next? Some commissioners for comments.
My life's never gone up. I'm starting to understand this house now, and considering it is kind of has departures from one as both the board and that and plaster element. Yeah, I think you've done a great job with this, and I appreciate your looking into the fenestration proportions and dealing with the orientation of the lights. I do have a couple of comments. This is 6 proposed. Is it? No, that's 4 the same. Yeah. 3E. Where's number 4? Yeah. In the spirit of what you're doing with the other windows on the north, west, and south, I see some windows on the east which are still claustrophobically little lighted windows. I don't know what you can do with this 1, 2, 3 of them. If you can possibly fix those, so that they look more like the set of windows that are, in the other elevations.
Yeah, we weren't going to change.
Well, those are not.
They're existing, they're just.
Yeah.
Also, they have, left that, I mean, everything on this elevation.
Well, anyway, it's just a comment.
Yeah, I agree.
That if you get the urge to suggest it to your clients that you might want to consider that, because it still looks like something out of the past as opposed to what you're doing. And again, with respect to the detailed trim, call it molding trim or whatever it is, it should really be the same all the way around on all the board back elevations. And again, the little plaster detail, I don't know, on the courtyard, you do not have it. On the outside elevations, you do on the west, actually, on the north and west, but not on the east. And then there's moldings that aren't returning around corners. It's just a detail. And with respect to the reconstruction of that little arch with the scalloped wall, there's another wall which opposes it. That is the wall that you're building as you descend the staircase. And for some reason, with all due respect to the historical evidence of the skeletal wall, it seems like those two walls want to be the same. That's my opinion. It would look funny if we made the new wall scalloped like the old wall. Because then that's a wall that's attached to the house. But it would make more sense to me if in fact we said sayonara to the scallop wall and made that wall a square step wall like with the terrace. Opposite side.
Redo that.
Yes, in redoing the wall, I'd say it's like, you might as well just do it the same. It's a differing opinion and
No,
so all those things. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Otherwise, it's nice.
I think Commissioner Nye wants to second that.
I couldn't disagree with you more. Picking up on the fountain wall, very disappointed to see the fountain and the benches removed from the wall. I think it's important that the entire folly be kept as is, and the pool needs to move over a little bit smaller. That folly is a thing in and of itself. It is a historic feature, and it does not blend architecturally with the main building. All the more reason for its importance in my book. I don't think the steps on the proposed rear deck need to have any influence over the so we agree on that. We disagree on that. So, getting back to some other issues I have with the courtyard. We find ourselves, at least I do find myself back to the issue of the size of the panes in the proposed newer elements. They, in my opinion, the proposed wall openings with their doors and sidewalls are quite large, and that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, except that they're larger than the originals on other parts of the house. It would seem to me like a new design should strive to have the look and feel of the original house. 1919 or 1920, at which. So I would argue that the panes on the proposed fixtures are too large. They're not, in my mind, they're not conveying the language of the existing. They're not speaking the same language of the existing courtyard, which is so minimal and so reduced in its elegance that these quite large panes really disrupt that. And I also wonder if those kind of very, very reductive and squared courtyard porches, not really canopies, but porches, it certainly would be very reasonable to assume that those are original. If you look at the porch on the garage studio, it's essentially the same porch. It's got some scallops on it. But it's a little flat roof, squared off porch. The assumption is that that is original as well. And it kind of fits with the flat roof of the building. So I would argue to retain those original elements because they were part of the design, as far as I can tell. And we're speaking that same language that that you find in that courtyard. Another aspect of the courtyard is that the two single doors, and this was brought up last month, contain a molded cornice of plaster or concrete or whatever it is. Cast, maybe it was added, maybe it was not. They're original. And then there are also fixtures in the courtyard, light fixtures. Are those original or not? They all sort of fit with what's the existing item. I don't like the idea of losing those cornices. Also, I have a real objection to the canopies inside the courtyard. The way they are structured with the rods pointing upward onto the side of the building above the doors. That is a very contemporary look. I won't even say modern, it's contemporary. Those are the kind of canopies you find down on Chapala State Street or commercial buildings. I mean, that's really a hip contemporary look right now. I don't think that fits with this building at all. Restoration hardware, perhaps. So that I can live with a canopy, but that particular design really is not appropriate to this house. Getting to the very large or larger pergolas, they are ultra modern, but they're sort of aggressively modern, aggressively kind of sort of in your face, and there's nothing really elegant about this.
Excuse me, are you talking about the
The large trellis that you're projecting on the north elevation of the courtyard. Yeah, I just think that design and tone, simplicity is wonderful, but this particular design has some extensions pitching forward from the top. It all, to me, if I walked out and looked at those in the morning, I'd be very impressed that they're kind of monsters in my estimation. Sorry for the strong language. Getting to the outside of the building on the north elevation, you're switching out, you're proposing to switch out the original multi-light windows on the north elevation. At least according to your plan. Yeah. And it's odd that the panes on these windows, you draw them, are smaller than the existing ones. So this is the reverse direction from what's happening in the courtyard. So wouldn't it make more sense to keep the existing layout of those large windows in terms of the size of the panes? That's just,
It's just thinking of it. It's because of the divisions.
now this would be the north elevation of the outside. No, on the front of the building outside.
That's existing.
Oh, okay, on your drawings, they're different sizes. The existing drawing was larger and fewer window panes than your proposed drawing. So that's why I was that caught my eye.
Oh, right. I don't understand.
Well, I hope you're sticking with the same size.
Yeah.
As the originals. Unless,
Well,
you're not
they're
changing.
not,
them.
all the originals are not the same size. As-
Well, in any case, since we have to move forward, on the west elevation outside, again, the size of the window panes are larger than the windows those in the windows that you are keeping. I guess not, maybe that's acceptable. I would argue that, where's the rule that says they have to be different? The same or different, but it seems to me that compatibility with historic building should be important. And I have that same issue on the south elevation, overlooking the balcony. I have extremely large window panes in the middle of the smaller window panes of the existing working that siding. It's something that doesn't flow very well in my mind, looking at that. So, and I've already talked about the falling, so those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Martin. Like to go- Who has comments?
All right, I guess I gotta kind of do Ron's comments about the quality feature. After our comments from the last meeting regarding that, I was hoping to kind of take more pride in what they actually have with the storage feature incorporated into a pool area, or you won't have a boring pool area, but actually make a nice unique focal feature of the pool, and instead of maybe not having so much square footage of the pool, maybe cut out a notch in the middle, need something interesting, unique, make the rehabilitate the wall features and restore the fountain, and make it a nice unique focal feature of the pool area. I think that would be great. I was kind of disappointed that it was, okay, well, let's appease them and just knock out the size of it. We'll keep the back wall because it's not an hour away. And well, maybe we'll appease them for that. And it's kind of disappointing that that's what happened.
Thank you very much. Any more commissioner comments? Commissioner Fletcher?
I have to say that I agree about the whole. I understand that it's fairly suitably built, but it seems that the fountain is sort of and so as well as the benches. Love to see that incorporated to the design. There's a computational space, but we're using a bigger.
Yes, I was just looking at pool. I mean, awfully small. Is there grass around the swimming pool? Yes. So it could actually, if you kept the folly structure with the benches, it could. Grass, you could.
I think it's probably have to be getting down to the field.
Well, it looks like the pool is further away from the terrace outside of the house. It's shorter if it was by fall. Just on my lawn. I don't know if that would be access towards the house. Yeah. In the, I'm looking at the proposed site. On the extension in one. And it just seemed like there wasn't a here.
I just want to say, thank you for coming back with, listening to us at the last meeting, it was 2 months ago, and we did come back with changes. I'm okay with most of the changes, except for the volume. I really think it should be preserved in its original state, and with the fountain, that is such a historic feature, and you just chop it down to just one back wall, and just don't think that's acceptable. I think the pool could be redesigned. At first I was even thinking maybe you don't have a fountain, but that's part of why that was there. We need the fountain for it, and that would be a great feature, just have the sound of water next to a pool. So I think that it should be restored as is and redesign the pool to fit that instead of redesigning the folly to fit the pool. So that's my comments. Is there any last comments before we adjourn? Representative?
Report a change of mind
Okay.
about the folly.
Okay. Go right
I think the
ahead.
folly should be preserved, but not just the wall. The whole folly with the fountain, the bench, and I think it should encroach into the way around the pool. The pool could be made smaller, could be moved. But I think it's like all or nothing for me. If you are going to keep the folly, then make the pool work. If you're going to dominate the landscape of the pool, then take away the folly. So I think my mind is made up now.
Are they really stuck on grass? Because, with the drought, people are getting rid of lawns. So, I mean, that's part of the seriously.
Well, are there structural reasons of the commission facility?
Okay, so I'm going to end this agenda item, and thank you very much for coming back and the plans.
Sure.
Okay, we just got word that we were supposed to be out here by 2, but they gave us more time. So it's running late, so let's move on to our last agenda item. We've had people waiting for a while for this.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
would you like me to put together a memo with bullets?
that would be very nice.
So
because it
how-
goes on.
Should I, might be a little hard not doing it here, but we are pressed for time. So
Well,
how would you like me to do it? All drafted?
Draft it, send it.
Run by,
and we can run it by.
actually run by everybody.
Okay, so let's move on to agenda item number 10. It's Macmillan petition. The County Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission will review and provide comments on the proposed 110 square foot demolition of a single family residence and demolition of 350 square feet of the garage. The project also includes an addition of 2,990 square foot, which represents a net house area of 4,910 square feet. The project also includes demolition of 314 square feet for accessory structure. The property is shown on accessory parcel 001 -0-024, located at 680 San Diego Road in Oxford Community Planning Area. This is the first super Pasero district. Yes. First of all, I'm going to ask, does anybody have the ex parte conversations or site visits or need to step aside? Yes.
I have been on this property and I've spoken with the applicant, but I have no personal or financial interest in this project.
Thank you very much. Okay, that seems so. So we'll move on with, I guess we normally will do the planner for this. It's Christopher. I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name, so Smako. Would the planner like to go over first before we go with the applicant? Do we have a planner?
We might have just lost the planner right now.
Went to lunch.
Hey everyone, this is Chris Schmuckle, the planner. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Chris.
Sorry about that. I was here the whole meeting and then Zoom crashed the second it was my turn to talk. I can give a brief overview of the project. So as you described, the project is located at 680 San Isidro Road. The project proposes to demolish the existing guest house and construct a approximately 3,000 square foot addition with a single family residence on either side of the existing residence using 2 wings. A historic report was prepared which identified the main residence as being designed by Luna Marie Riggs, and the report concluded that the house is eligible for listing as a place of historic merit. The report also concluded that the guest house and the landscaping were not eligible for a place of historic merit. In addition, the report concludes that the additions will not result in a significant impact to the historical resource and that it meets the criteria for the Secretary of the Interior standards for treatment of historic properties. And the project's before the Commission for review and comments. And I believe the applicant and historian are available in person in the room.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to presentation by the applicant.
Great, I'll just say a couple of quick words before passing on to my architects. My name is Jerome McKillen, and very nice to see you all today, Commissioners. Thank you for taking the time. I purchased this home about 1.5 years ago. We're great appreciators of architecture and art. We love the fact that it was a Luna Riggs home. And we purchased it and keep it as is if we could, but I have 3 kids under the age of 5 and growing parents-in-law, so we need to preserve it as best we can and adjust it to fit our family needs. And spent a great deal of time designing these 2 wings in a way that should meet the standards that you guys require. Jay to help us. I've also had a peer review by Post Hazeltine, and I want to be very, very thorough with this presentation.
Thank you. I don't know what drawings we have available for presentation. I'm gonna walk you through. Okay. So as Jerome mentioned, I'm an architect, Martin Georgia. Thanks for having us today. The real objective was to maintain the existing structure and the north and south additions be separate, acknowledge the architecture of the existing, but with some modern features. Really the big concern for us was this separation between old and new. There's an aerial image that kind of represents the addition. I think you go to A9.00, kind of gives an overview of the entire proposed development. I think that's really where we should focus our. Sorry, A9. It's A9.00 right there. So that the top right image, number one, up in the top there. So I don't know if you can zoom into that somehow, but you can get a really good perspective of East Victoria to the right. Right. So if you look at this image, you can really see the existing structure with the gable roof element in the middle, with a connection to the south addition with this flat roof breezeway. The south addition again acknowledges the gable roof element, similar slope. The main goal is to keep the existing eave lines the same, matching all the way around, but separate those additions with these breezeways. I think one thing that the Luther Ridge did really well was acknowledge various vistas and view lines towards the mountains. You can see that with the peeling back of the roof structure on the existing house, that if you're standing in the living room area, you can get a view of the mountain above. We kind of took those, the architectural language and introduced it into the north and the south addition. So the south addition, you can see that little portion of the roof taken away as you're sitting in that bedroom looking towards the mountains. And then the north addition, because we're again trying to acknowledge this distinction between old and new, the connecting breezeway element is a pitch roof design that just sits lower than the existing roof height, and then underneath it's just a connecting breezeway that is transparent as you look through it. So again, as you're looking at the front view, which it's hard to ever see that perspective, but if you go to the view below, the front view right there, yeah. So if there's no trees, then you get a really nice vista of the entire structure, its entirety. You can see the north addition visually is disconnected with this glass breezeway. The south addition, if you're to pan around, would be also disconnected. So that was really important for us to acknowledge the existing architecture and embrace it, have additions that were similar but distinctive. The building material we're looking at is the TNG siding, but instead of it going horizontally, we switch it vertically and then add in 2x6 vertical members just to kind of create more contemporary, taking like mid-century architectural style, which gives some interesting shadow lines again, just reinforcing this distinction of old and new. Same building materials painted the same color so it matches, but have it separate. I think as Troy had mentioned, this is a house for a growing family. The existing structure that's on the property, and our historian can talk to us a little bit about how this house came to be, its kind of purpose in the law in relation to the adjacent property. It was always designed as a smaller house for a mother-in-law. So it's on a big lot, very small house. We're just trying to expand it and acknowledge that this thing in discussion with the context of the site as well.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to we'll move on to questions. And does anyone any of the commissioners have questions?
Let me take the historian.
Okay, yeah, the historian, would you go ahead and make your presentation?
Sure. So this house, signed by Luther Riggs, I think I should have actually emphasized a little bit more in my explanation of this house, that this is the period in Luther Riggs' career when she partnered with the younger Yale-trained architect Pasadena and Arthur Shaw. And the literature on the house that this was built along with, they're now two separate parcels. They were once one parcel owned by Alice Irving, and the house, she started correspondence with Riggs in the 1940s about building her house. And this turned into two houses, one for Alice Irving and one for her mother, Mrs. J. Langdon Irving. And that's what this house is. It's a smaller house for the mother. The Irving house is one of Luther Riggs' most celebrated residences. And on the southern parcel, with this sort of floating triangle. Century modern design, and it was covered by architectural press and featured in, beautiful homes, magazines, and things like that. Interesting. There's really in all of the analysis, description, and publicizing of that house, there was very little, none to very little mention of this house. So this house was really kind of important in the coverage of this site, even though it was all one site. So this is a kind of a more simple, very minimalist take. It has features of it that are very typical of rigs. It's got the extensive use of glass, as the architect pointed out, very mindful of what was the term, Arlo landscape. The landscape was once by Thomas Church. That's been completely deteriorated and changed, so it's really no longer there. That's about it. And so it's an interesting house. It's very small. Another thing I would point out that I don't think I emphasize enough in here. Also, bringing up Shaw. Shaw has David Gephardt in his book on Blue Rigs identifies Shaw as probably taking the lead, principal lead in the design of the Irving house, of the famous one. And it doesn't say much. He doesn't really say anything about this house, but I'm speculating that this house was maybe more Louis Sand. I mean, in architectural practice, she's the main name, so she gets credit. But Shaw was really active. She brought him aboard for practice too, because he had just been trained at Yale, and he was very much into modernism in architecture, and she wanted to adjust her practice to fit and meet those desires on part of owners. And this is really kind of one of her most interesting approaches. But this house is very small and simple. It has demonstration typical of hers, lots of glass. It's got the supports, the way that it's fenestrated with these wood supports. It's got the beam ceiling interior. It's interesting that she has she has horizontal wood siding, and in this period she's mostly using either classical stucco and plaster or that. So this is actually kind of a piece in that it has that horizontal wood siding. All of the materials of the house have been changed. So before I said this house does not have materials integrity, but I think it still has a design integrity. And what I like about the plans is that they very much follow my humble suggestions and we'll see the secretaries that the new additions be sort of separate and connected lightly so that the original structure is touched as little as possible. And I think they really successfully did that. And because it fits rehabilitation standards 9 and 10, that new additions or adjacent building would be both differentiated from the old but compatible, and if they were removed, would essentially be the original structure intact. So I was impressed with that. I'm also very taken with their design. I think that it does nicely magnify the virtues of this original house while adding the square footage that they need for functional matters. And but also doing a nice, more new but compatible thing on the century modern design with the switching to the lines that we see here, and also staying in keeping with the spirit of Louis' practice in this period of time, which was the sort of modernistic ideal of breaking down the separation of interior and exterior space, the concept of outdoor space being incorporated very easily, and kind of the continuity of outdoor space. This, I think, the plan really does more of that with the site, and it really livens up the site as it is now, because unfortunately, there's a deterioration of the church's landscape. It's I'm not very taken with the tool that's there. It's very nice. I think that this, what they plan to do is really bringing this site into its own as a statement that both preserves and enhances what which is doing. And maybe brings to the attention that it never got back in the day when the next door, the urban house was the one that was celebrated. So that's kind of my take on it.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's move it on to questions from the commissioners.
One question.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Josh.
So the original Luda Riggs house had horizontal siding, is that shiplap?
It's one by King.
T and G, not shiplap.
It's called it.
I've never seen siding.
I mean, that was part of the historic drawing that the original drawings.
Okay, and so your proposal is on the additions is to do that vertical and to have that's so
We're keeping the horizontal siding, we're just putting 1x6 vertical members.
Oh, I see.
The horizontal siding.
I understand. Thank you. That was my question.
Any other questions? Mr. Duncan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I'm looking at Mr. Carmen's report. On the first page here, the purpose of this report is to remember the cottage located above residence address. So, we are talking about this residence, right? Okay.
Yeah, the typo, I apologize. Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure there's nothing that's been cut and pasted.
Yeah.
That is referring to
Really
something.
not rid of that,
And you answered one of my questions, which has to do with the Irving House shown on the drawing. So thanks for finding this historical drawing. That was wonderful to look at. And that survives, right?
Yes, very much.
At 6:30 San Francisco. So I wondered why, under your analysis on page 8 under E, when you're talking about contributing to significance of our historic area or grouping of properties, there's no mention of the Shalina Urban House next door. You could look at these as a couple of examples. Nearby, have an additional value.
Good point. Yeah, I guess it's so separate now. You can't see the other house at all. There's fencing, there's trees, there's, yeah, so, arguable, I think,
Right.
take it away. Yeah.
And then I'm looking at D above, where it's represented the work of a notable literary designer or architect. You certainly, point out Luda Riggs, but then you say the guest house and landscape do not meet this criterion because they're not associated with the work of a notable literary designer or architect. Thomas Church, I would say we do have that. If your issue is with the integrity, but that's something different.
So the guest house.
Yes.
Is what
I would say Thomas Church was notable California landscape architects in the 20th century.
Sure.
And so I would definitely list him there.
I see. Okay. Yeah. Very well. Yes. Sure.
Unless you're just not having that discussion because of integrity, in which case you should tell us that.
That's right. That's why I intended. You're right. I should have just, totally, yeah. I left it out because, the landscape was so far gone that.
And that is really sad to see. I'm
Yeah.
jumping ahead to a comment. It's really sad to see that.
I tried to include more pictures in this revised report of, well, I guess it's the first time it's gone through a couple of revisions, prior to you seeing it, but there's, you can see some of what he once had, which very fast church actually, yeah, so it's too bad that got changed, for sure.
Yeah, I was looking very carefully there. Okay, and then, so then on page 9, the letter 9, the summary of building assessment.
The guest house and landscape do not retain historic integrity. Yes. I'm gonna that, but then you say do not meet association related criteria sufficient enough. I would argue that you might have it with D. In terms of this being designed by church. So I argue these points, ask you questions, because when you tell me that there was something, done by them, and you can see the drawings, and I've got examples of great pictures, some of them included in the report, it's gonna make me want to look more carefully as to what survives and what might be changed. Okay. Okay, those were all the questions I have for the historian.
Any other questions? Jonathan, do you have any public comments? People that want to speak on this?
We have no attendees right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, let's, we're moving on to commissioner comments on this. Who would like to start? I know we're all tired.
I can start.
Okay.
Commissioner. I appreciate all the thinking and revising and the design qualities of this project. The proposed project has a lot to recommend it. For all the reasons that the architects went into. I have things to comment on. Jonathan, if you could you find sheet A1.01? It's kind of a site plan. Sheet. Looks like that's it. Thank you. If you look at the layout of the whole project, you see on the south addition with the garage at the left end. I say left because the drawings and the historian's report look at each elevation differently. So that could be the south and west, I guess. But the garage, that wing extends way out in front of the original building. And I know that the existing garage also extends somewhat, but this extends even further. So I just have a question, not question, but a comment on the design aesthetic of putting the garage that far out in advance of the rest of the structure. Maybe something could be rethought about that. And the second comment I have is maybe if we could go back to that photo page, Jonathan, when we started A9. No, yeah. Not really photos. They're not really photos, they're rendered or something. There we are. If you look at the main either the image in the middle or to the right, the north wing is quite large. I think the height matches the original structure, but it's fairly overpowering. It would seem to make sense to me to make that a little more diminutive, given that the historic building is actually original. But again, these are just otherwise. I don't have any other comments. The most important objection I have is the garage, which you can see in the image to the left. I'm sure there are restraints on where things can be put, based on zoning and whatnot, but those are just some comments that I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Anyone else have comments?
My comment is that I have no comments, other than to say this is a nicely designed project, and I think it's appropriate to the site. I think the respect for the original building is very evident, and nice job. Nice job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was quite excited when I saw this Real Ridge Thomas Church project. Great to see this example, but it's also sort of a shame because it's definitely an example of death by 1,000 cuts. If you look at what's happened to the house itself in terms of the change in materials and all the different things that have happened over time, and then especially the landscape. It's really a shame to see that there's so few surviving elements. I pulled out my Thomas Church reference and immediately found the two pictures that you got featured here, showing this garden, when it was in its prime. And I would really invite my fellow commissioners to take a look at this photo if you aren't familiar with the church. And so I was looking very carefully at what sweeping curves there remained in the landscape here. It might have been elements from him. And parts of the olive orchard and pathway, and obviously the planters and trellises, but there's just hardly anything remaining. And so it's sort of sad to see that. So then you have to go back and look, well, what does remain? And Mr. Carpenter is right in terms of what you do still have is that integrity of feeling that the structure has. You still get a strong sense of that sort of modernist sense from the era when Luther Maria Riggs designed it. I really, like to see and hope that would survive this latest attempt to make over this house for another group of residents. And I do really admire the care with which you looked at the original and how you're separating the separate elements. How you're looking on the eve line. I think it's quite clever the way you're using the breezeway. But I gotta think that overall they're just too much. This is actually, you're now having 6 bedrooms in this house, which it may not have been a cottage originally, but it was pretty small compared to that. And you can't add this much stuff to it without overwhelming simplicity of the Riggs design. To me, it's something like a sprawling cartwheel that's going to be created. And when you drive up, you're going to see this large north wing that the Commissioner and I commented on. That's what you're going to see first. The other wing
which has the garage, I think in some ways, it's not as good idea to pull this over forward, but it's like I actually cut that way more slack in that you come to the entrance of the house and you've seen that, and then you look over there, oh, that's the garage, that's utility, that's a subordinate, not important, that's the other one. But the fact that you're gonna see this big bedroom window before you get to the entrance is what concerns me now. In terms of that living, Reeves' strong design sense. So, what I would just encourage you to do is see if you can scale back the budget. See if we can get it to fit in this nice attenuated way, but without being quite as important. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioners, comments? See none, I'll just wrap this up. First of all, I want to thank the owner to understand the historic nature of this house and so even though it has been altered so many times over the years, and there's not much really left original there. So I really commend architecture and exploring to actually have that house there. I mean, most people would say, oh, let's come on a second story, let's add a wing here. And you're still going to see that original house. So I applaud you in your work. Maybe if you can figure out how to move that garage back a little bit, I think that would make a difference. But I have really no qualms. I think you did a very good job on this. And you know, it's a property that has a lot of historic significance, and we're actually going to be keeping the house. I mean, you're going to add on to it. It's going to be big. You need space. But that house is still going to be there. So I appreciate that. And thank you for coming. Okay, we still have, we postponed. Yes, yeah.
So in regards to the existing garage and setback, actually the existing, I have the drawings up here, the existing garage is 62 feet setback from the front property line, and the proposed is also 62 feet. So I think it's actually just like in plans, the setback, and this is deliberately going to maintain the existing footprint of the old house with the proposed addition. So that maybe it's just the renderings that make it look a little bit closer, but in fact it's the same distance. So.
Great.
And just one other bit North Wing and definitely the pilot home. And we probably should have been better real life photos in the package, but there's a beautiful oak tree and olive tree and lots of foliage in that view. So when you come in the front door, you won't see much of that.
There's actually 3 light bulbs right in the front, so that wing is completely kind of shielded visually as you enter. So actually your view is being framed towards the existing house.
We could add that as well. I'm of the entrance driveway, because that basically visually right to the center of the house.
Correct.
Okay, we still have 3 agenda items. Very short. Yeah, that's- back to the research agenda. Item number 5 is project discussion. Topics today at all. Item number 6 is the budget. Is this something that we wanted to table? Want to table till the next meeting?
Yes.
Finances.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest that the only thing I would say is, we're getting sheets, and I know this time we got the 2 fiscal years, so we got the both fiscal years. So we're getting a sheet on sort of detailed expenditures for staff, and we don't really do that.
Yeah, and I think we mentioned that before. I mean, I think it'd be nice to go over maybe the next meeting, the difference between the 2 years. But I think today is kind of tired. So let's postpone this for another one. So I'll make sure that we bring these sheets to the next meeting. And then the last one is district reports. Is there any quick district reports from any commissioners? Hearing none, I'm going to adjourn this meeting, and the next meeting is scheduled for October 10th, but is that a holiday?
Take that as a holiday.
I believe we do. I'll double check with.
Yeah, let's double check on that date, just to make sure. Anyway, I adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
If it is a holiday, I will not be here on the tenth, but if we postpone it a week, if that's, I don't know if they ever do that. Or you want to do it the next week.
I'll.
Yeah, but it's, otherwise we'll be back in the.
November, yeah.